Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as our event will begin shortly, we'd like to invite everyone to please enter the ballroom and please be seated. Thank you. Bapak Ibu sekalian, karena acara akan segera dimulai, kami persilakan Bapak Ibu untuk memasuki ruangan ballroom dan menempati tempat duduk yang telah disediakan. Terima kasih. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, Her Excellency Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to start our day, I'd like to kindly ask you to please rise for the national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, you may now be seated. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Indonesia International Conference on Sustainable Finance and Economy. Allow me to introduce myself. So my name is Amelia Yahya, and I'm so incredibly honored, so very happy to be here, to be a part of this great event as your MC, especially with everyone here. So to start, allow me to extend our warmest welcome to our beloved, the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, Her Excellency Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati. Selamat datang, Ibu. And would also like to sincerely welcome the Head of Fiscal Policy Agency of the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Febrio Kacaribo. The Director of Center for Financial Sector Policy of the Fiscal Policy Agency of the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Adi Budiarso. The Managing Director International of ICAEW, Mr. Mark Billington, PFP FCA. And ICAEW's Head of Indonesia, Ibu Connie Siahaan. The Chairman of the Board of Commissioners of the Indonesian Financial Services Authority or OJK, Bapak Mahendra Siregar. The UNDP's Indonesia Resident Representative, Mr. Norimasa Shimomura. The Principal Advisor of GIZ, Bapak Budi Kunchoro. And would also like to welcome all the representatives of our supporting partners, the United Nations Development Program or UNDP, the Deutsche Gesellschaft für internationale Zusammenarbeit, and the Climate Policy Initiative. And we'll also like to sincerely extend our warmest welcome to each and every single one of you, our dearest moderators, speakers, and participants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, joining us here in our ballroom, as well as those of you joining us online. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of our dearest organizers, allow us to extend our profound gratitude and sincere thanks to everyone for your participation and for your attendance here today. Bapak Ibu sekalian yang kami hormati, selamat pagi semuanya. Izinkan kami semua untuk mengucapkan terima kasih sebesar-besarnya atas kehadiran dan juga partisipasi Bapak Ibu sekalian di acara yang tentunya sangat bermanfaat ini. Ladies and gentlemen, without your support, this event would not be possible. For that, let us give the biggest round of applause for everyone here. Thank you. Well, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to tell you a little bit about today's event. So our conference serves as an exciting agenda that is divided into 4 panel discussions. And our conference aims to raise the much needed awareness about the urgency of meeting GHG reduction targets and provide great insights on the global, regional, as well as Indonesian transition finance developments and showcase successful strategies for the decarbonizing of high-emitting industries and also on the facilitation of our knowledge exchange among experts, practitioners, policymakers, and academia, each and every single one of you, and offer actionable insights for effective sustainable financing policies and discuss the role of taxonomy here in Indonesia in scaling up sustainable finance. And ladies and gentlemen, we would like to thank each and every single one of you for being in this exciting and very much needed journey with all of us. So to start today, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite to the stage the Head of Fiscal Policy Agency of the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia. Let us give a big round of applause for Bapak Febrio Kacaribo.
Her Excellency Dr. Sri Mulyani Indrawati, Finance Minister of Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Bapak Mahendra Siregar, Chairman of the Board of Commissioners of the Financial Service Authority. Later he will provide his recorded remark. Honorable Mr. Mark Billington, International Managing Director, the Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales. Thank you in particular for arranging this event. All speakers, moderators, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Excellencies and distinguished guests, very good morning to all of you. On behalf of Fiscal Policy Agency, I welcome all of you to the 2023 Indonesia International Conference for Sustainable Finance. I'm truly delighted and honored to deliver this remark today as we come together to explore one of the most critical and pressing challenges of our time, transition finance. The battle against climate change and the pursuit of the Sustainable Development Goals have become paramount global priorities. And at the core of these endeavors lies the concept of transition finance. Transition finance is a critical tool in the battle against climate change and the advancement of the Sustainable Development Goals. It provides financing and investment for decarbonizing of high-emission entities such as fossil fuel-centric industries and challenging to transform sectors such as steel, cement, chemicals, paper, aviation, and construction. Today's conference, ladies and gentlemen, will focus on challenges and opportunities of scaling transition finance and how do we accelerate its development. The urgency of such discussions is underscored by the fact that Indonesia, for example, as well as other developing countries, face several hurdles that impede the growth of transition finance, such as the lack of detailed corporate disclosures, forward-looking climate data, transition strategies, disparities in net zero commitments, and NDCs among nations. Also, concern about stranded assets and emission-intensive lock-in. Among others, also absence of financial incentives for emission reduction and also scarcity of pioneering projects demonstrating successful decarbonization in the highest emitting domains. So those are a list of long problems that we are going to tackle one at a time. As a response to these challenges, Indonesia has taken commendable steps by implementing several policy initiatives. We have green taxonomy under OJK, introducing of carbon pricing, and recent enactment of financial sector omnibus law. There are some notable achievements. At the international stage, Indonesia during G20 presidency actively promoting sustainable finance. Also significant step forward, establishment of Sustainable Finance Working Group at G20 level, working diligently to identify barriers within institutions and markets. The primary objective of this Sustainable Finance Working Group at G20 is to develop strategies and also dialogue for increasing private capital investment in impactful projects. At the regional level, ASEAN, we just introduced ASEAN taxonomy, recognizing coal phase-out as financeable transition activity. Today's conference is an important annual event. We have done this 3 times. This is the first time we do it in person. And I'd like to thank Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales, Mark and colleagues, with invaluable support also from UNDP, also from GIZ, also CPI. We have come together for the 3rd iteration of this conference, and this year our focus is quite distinct. This is about transition finance. Our distinguished speakers will share their insights and experience on these topics and offer, hopefully, practical solutions to overcome these challenges. We will also have interactive sessions to foster dialogue and exchange of ideas among participants. Through such discussions and collaboration, this conference will facilitate a comprehensive understanding of sustainable finance objectives, but also to provide substantial input to us as policymakers. In closing, I would like to thank ICA, EW, UNDP, GIZ, and CPI for their support and our collaborative work together for these many years and years to come. I hope this conference will provide us with valuable knowledge, inspiration, and networking opportunities. I encourage each and every one of you to actively participate, share your insights, engage in today's discussion. Your contributions are valuable. Together, we have the power to shape a more sustainable and prosperous future, not just for Indonesia, but also for the world. Thank you very much for your attention. I wish you a fruitful and enlightening conference. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih. Thank you very much, Bapak Febrio Kacaribu, for the warm and insightful welcoming remarks. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we've reached to our keynote session, it is only with the greatest pleasure and honor for us to invite to the stage the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, Her Excellency Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati, to deliver her keynote speech.
Thank you, Amelia. Very good morning to all of you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Excellencies and all distinguished guests, Pak Febrio, Pak Adi Budiarso, Mark, and also colleague from the UNDP, GIZ, and CPI. I would like to express my appreciation first to the PKF for their continued effort to become a champion in discussing the challenge of the climate change, and especially on the area and the aspect of financing. We all know that the climate change is a real threat for development, for Indonesia especially on our journey and strive to achieve our goal to become a high-income country, prosperous and just. Climate change has definitely become one of the threats that need to be addressed. Globally, we also understand that the climate change have the very, very serious implication. It can, according to the World Bank estimation, cost $560 billion and creating new poverty up to 100 million every year. So it is really a case which is compelling to all of us to address. Transition finance, that is how we are going to be able to address the current situation which is not sustainable into a more sustainable living for all the human being, I think is very critical. We cannot, in this case, achieve our goal unless we understand, we identify, we also, in this case, make a compelling action in order for us to be able to mobilize financing. And transition toward a green economy, sustainable economy, is continue to be one of the most challenging topics that we discuss in many occasions, many events, many meetings globally. As a finance minister, Indonesia in this case, and finance ministry continue to become one of the institutions which is not only championing and discussing the climate change, but we also seek and actively engage in many of the occasion, event, both globally and also domestically. At the global level, as already mentioned by Pak Febrio, during the G20 presidency, we also pushing very hard on the issue of the sustainable finance, which is co-chaired by the United States and China, in order for us to be able to at least achieve a certain agreement on how we are going to push this agenda of sustainable finance globally. Within the ASEAN chairmanship, also again mentioned by Pak Febrio, we are also pushing this climate change agenda, especially on the financing, to become one of the most important priority of the topic which is discussed among the finance minister and then elevated at the level of leaders. For Indonesia, when we champion this issue, we are not just attending, participating, and then speaking in many events. Because problem, although first can be solved by speaking and engagement, it cannot address the real issue. So for Indonesia, participating in many events or even conducting and hosting this kind of event, which is today has been hosted by BKF jointly with ICAEW, it's become one of the concrete example of how we need to invest on the knowledge, understanding of the climate change. But the Ministry of Finance is not just participating in educating, reaching out, engaging, but we also come up with what we call it a real action, so that all those speeches, all those commitments can be really tested in the real issue or real problem. And this is exactly why the Indonesia, in many participation, we always address and presenting the real case. And I, in many of the event, also saying that if we are all can solve Indonesia problem, especially in energy transition, I am very optimistic that we can solve the world problem in energy transition. This is not just a jargon, seems like quite patriotic, but this is really a real testing ground for many of the commitment, discussion, or even at the very level of technical of how we are going to solve this issue of transition, especially on the energy sector. We all know that Indonesia is committed to the net zero emission by 2060. And this derived into so many policy regulation, including by the OJK, which is in here, is going to be one of the institutions which is going to create a platform and creating a regulatory environment for the private sector participation for this energy. Indonesia is already issuing long-term strategy for low carbon and climate resilience 2050. And in order for us to achieve this net zero emission by 2060, we've already identified, and there are two very critical sector or activity. First is the forest and land use. This contribution to the CO2 reduction is very important, very significant. And the cost is actually relatively cheap. If you compare with the other sector, so I mentioned two sectors, the other sector is the energy sector, which is also, their contribution to the CO2 emission is very significant. And in order for us to create a net zero, or in this case, reducing the CO2 on the energy transition, the cost is very expensive, staggering. So we have all the option, but we cannot say that, oh, okay, because the forest and land use is the cheapest, then we can just address the forest and land use without addressing the energy, because the energy is just too expensive and we cannot afford. We all know that there is no development without energy. So the challenge is how you are going to continue your development without deteriorating or worsening the climate change threat by creating, planning, and coming with a scenario of how we can transition the energy into a clean energy. So that is something which is challenge us. And the Ministry of Finance has become one of the core ministry to discuss about this energy transition. This is not just the problem of the Ministry of Energy by saying that, oh, I'm going to build more renewable energy, or in this case, shutting down the coal power plant. Because when you look at this transition of energy, it will be a combination between continue building renewable, and if we can afford, we should shut down some of the coal power plant. And then not only this is about the power generator, but the transmission and distribution will need to be also redesigned. And that means capital expenditure. Capital expenditure means money. And money is not coming from the air. So it should coming from somewhere. And that's exactly what we are always discussing. It's not in an abstract environment, but we are always discussing about, okay, let's pick Indonesia as among the biggest country. We are in the G20. We are maybe going to be the 5th largest economy in the next 20 years. So if you can solve Indonesia problem, you can solve the world. Because now 62% of our power generator is based in coal. The rest is going to be also fossil fuel. And you cannot just say that, okay, the climate change threatening us, and that's why we don't use any energy anymore. It will create politically and socially unsustainable. So the question is how we are going to design affordable and just transition. And this is exactly what we are continue discussing within the next years or two. We've already established what we call it the Energy Transition Mechanism, the ETM, which first has been launched during the COP26 at Glasgow, United Kingdom. After that's launching, which is supported by the ADB, we continue make the case. During the G20 Indonesia presidency, we continue also make the case. Okay, if you've already have this ETM, how you are going to start with this energy transition? We identify the power generation which is going to be retired, and then we then make and work in the detail, what does it mean? We've already now also launching the Energy Transition Mechanism Country Platform, because now suddenly, globally, we attract quite a lot of interest. Okay, if Indonesia want to do it, which is good, because any of you who work in a development, I always know that the first necessary condition for any change is the political ownership. This is something which is owned by us. I want to change not because somebody else telling us, because the UN telling us, the US telling us, the UK telling us, the China telling us. No, because we know that this is important for us too. So the political ownership is actually very obvious in Indonesia. And it's been translated, many of you in this case, especially the younger generation, the millennial, the Gen Z, X, Y, Z in this case, you are all become the generation which is going to bear all the consequences. So for you, this kind of commitment and ownership is even more stronger. But this is not just the commitment, because you can have the big spirit, make a very eloquent speeches, but then it is not delivered because of the inability to discuss or to design the financing side. So Indonesia is doing it. G20 has already announcing, at least with all this, the energy transition mechanism that we've already announced, what we call it the Just Energy Transition Partnership, the JETP. There is a commitment of 20 billion US dollar, and we are working. Some is talking about what kind of money is that. This is loan, this is grant, this is commercial, this is concessional. These are all we should discuss in a very transparent way. And in this case, I welcome on 21st of November, JETP Secretariat plan to launch the Comprehensive Investment and Policy Plan. I hope this is at least, there is a plan. But I hope this is not just stop to the plan. The Comprehensive Investment and Policy Plan intended to be a living document. Living document is not that the document can live and eat and walking and dancing. So the document will be continue adjusted with what is the assumption, the scenario that we are all already developed. The CIPP, that is this Comprehensive Investment and Policy Plan, will in this case set out on-grid emission target and pathway. the on-grid pathway for the CIPP, featuring the total on-grid power sector emission of 250 metric million ton CO2 by 2030, and then renewable energy generation, which will increase the share to up to 44% by 2030. That's quite a big goal. And achieving net zero emission of the power sector by 2050. If the energy sector can contribute net zero emission by 2050, I think the 2060 commitment will definitely can be achieved. So this is really quite a target. And with those kind of commitment, the estimation of the cost is 95.9 billion US dollar. This is between 2023 to 2030. And then we still need to have another 530 billion US dollar between 2030 to 2050. So this is not a small amount of money. But if we discuss with many in the financing circle globally, I always heard that there are trillion and trillion and trillion of money there. So this 95.9 billion and 580 billion until 2050 is definitely can be provided by linking between those trillion of money globally into what is exactly what Indonesia is going to execute it or to do. 1,000 potential projects across Indonesia, 400 projects which is identified by the JETP Secretariat. We are now come up with the 41 top projects. So we will see. This is going to be something that we will continue making a progress. And within this case, I also continue asking Pak Febrio to go, I don't want to make a speech on climate change finance unless there is a new progress. Because I don't like the same speech in every occasion. You can see that I always have a different material. Some is the same, but I always push because I tell my team, don't make your minister is just like a broken record. In every occasion telling, oh, climate change is important, financing is important, we need to do more, and we are going to commit, the budget is doing the blah, blah, blah. That's not this type of minister. So if you have other ministers, it's up to Pak Febrio, but as long as you have Minister of Finance like me, I continuously pushing more to talk about the concrete. So this is another concrete, at least, announcement. And there are now 2 pilot projects, which I observe and monitor continuously and asking Pak Febrio to deliver. I know this is not his own responsibility. He has to work with many other, in which we are going to retire the coal of 1.5 million watt, which is already identified. The Cirebon coal power plant, and in this case, the other one which is owned by the PLN. So we will see whether we are going to make this project really close in an affordable, fair, and just. Because this word affordable and just is very nice in the ears and also nice to be spoken. But then when you translate it into the real money, then sometimes the definition will be really tested very, very hard. So we will continue doing it. That is on the energy transition, in which we are going to continue identifying a real problem by taking a real case so that all the stakeholders, you know the stakeholder, right? This is not just the UNDP case, GIF, CIP in this case. Stakeholder is much larger than that. Philanthropists is one which have a very big popular name, Bloomberg, Amazon, and so on. The real money is actually owned by the real private sector fund. That's the stakeholder. So how you are going to bridge this trillion of money with this real project? That is going to be one of the most important in a just, affordable, and transparent way. Another effort which Ministry of Finance is doing is we continue promoting market-based mechanism solution. And that's why the carbon price, carbon tax, and carbon trading becoming one of the most important. We work very hard with others, for example, like with the OJK today, in order for us to be able to establish this carbon market. Indonesia approach to carbon pricing, in this case, is continue or will be calibrated again and again. Because Indonesia, in this case, is still the emerging developing country. We are not like the advanced country. So affordability is very important. For example, in this case, we are going to have the emission trading system in the energy sector, which 99 power plants accounting for 86 of the national coal-fired power plant capacity, which is going to impose what you call it, the emission trading system, and creating a more transparent. The question is how you are going to be transparent and consistent, how to measure the CO2 and how you are going to value that one. Indonesia also underscore the country ability to continue build this market mechanism. There is a potential offset up to 1.3 gigatons of CO2, which is the value implicitly is 190 billion US dollar, which can create a financial opportunity that can also contribute to this financing of the transition. Beyond the carbon exchange, we also continue building the framework for this transition, including continue improving and issuing new instrument. Data analytic will be enhanced, and also creating a scenario modeling. On the instrument, as you all know, that we issuing the green bond among the first of all the emerging and developing country. This is one of the reputation that the Indonesia has already built globally as well as domestically. We are issuing the government bonds, which is based on a green bond, and this is already being recognized and have a track record. We also, in this case, creating our continue working together with other institutions, including in this case OJK and globally, or ASEAN within the taxonomy as well as globally, in order for us to be able to achieve this net zero emission commitment by 2060 or even 2050. So a lot of effort has been done. But I know on the one hand, while the Ministry of Finance is doing, and I also very, very pleased that within the Ministry of Finance, we are now having a lot continue staff within the Ministry of Finance who pay more attention and become an expert on this area. I think this is very good, because you don't want to have a policy maker which is not updated, not knowledgeable, and not experienced. So Ministry of Finance continue investing in our human capital, especially on this climate finance. But we also understand that enhancing and investing in a communication with many stakeholders, both domestically and globally, is very, very important. And that's why I really welcome this effort, this initiative to have the Indonesia International Conference for Sustainable Finance, which is conducted this year in person after 2 years before through the Zoom. I do hope that this is going to be one of the platforms in which we can invite and provide more information at the very even technical detail, from the policy level up to the technical detail about how the sustainable finance can be mobilized or can be accelerated according to the theme which is we are having this year, that is accelerating the development of transition finance. I do hope all the stakeholders, whether this is coming from the private sector, regulatory body, or many other academicians or younger generation, you are all have the forum for you to understand even more And I urge you to continue learning, because this is going to be one of the most important challenges of our lifetime, that is overcoming the climate change threat to the humanity. Thank you so much, and I do hope that you are going to have a very productive meeting on this conference. And thank you for all the speaker, moderator, and participant. Thank you.
Your Excellency would like to ask you to please remain on stage for a group photo session. And to join Her Excellency, please allow me to welcome Bapak Febrio Kacaribu, the head of the Fiscal Policy Agency, Bapak Adi Budiarso, the director of the Center for Financial Sector Policy of the Fiscal Policy Agency of the Ministry of Finance, Mr. Mark Billington, the ACAEW Managing Director International, Ibu Connie Siahaan, the ACAEW's head of Indonesia, Mr. Norimasa Shimomura, the resident representative of UNDP Indonesia, and Bapak Muhammad Didi Hardiana, the head of Innovative Financing Lab of UNDP Indonesia, Bapak Budi Kunchoro, the principal advisor of GIZ Indonesia, and Ibu Tiza Mafira, Indonesia's director of Climate Policy Initiative. Terima kasih semuanya. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now capture this great moment with a group photo together with Her Excellency Ibu Sri Mulyani, the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia. Kami persilahkan kepada teman-teman fotografer untuk mengabadikan momen ini. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give her a big round of applause. Terima kasih banyak Ibu. Thank you for the warm welcome and the greatest insights on the importance of sustainable finance and economy. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, due to prior commitments and engagements, Her Excellency Ibu Sri Mulyani will have to leave the premises to continue with her agenda and day. We'd like to once again extend our profound gratitude to Her Excellency for gracing her presence with all of us here today. And ladies and gentlemen, we sincerely hope that you've gained great insights from the speech that was delivered by Her Excellency Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati, the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia. And ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate the 3rd Indonesia International Conference for Sustainable Finance and Economy, and if you've remembered last year and the year before that, we have always conducted the Indonesia International Conference for Sustainable Finance and Economy online. And it sure is quite a breath of fresh air for all of us here to be together. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a little change on our rundown. So next, allow me to direct your attention onto the screen as we present to you a keynote speech delivered by the Chairman of the Board of Commissioners of the Indonesian Financial Services Authority, or OJK, Bapak Mahendra Siregar.
Minister Sri Mulyani Indrawati, Mr. Mark Billington, Managing Director, International Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales, Bapak Febrio Kacaribu, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to all of you present today. I'm very happy to welcome today's conversation on accelerating the development of transition finance that could contribute in how we view the opportunity to promote financial industry support in financing the transition and sustainable development. Emerging market and developing economies are currently challenged as higher for longer global interest rates and elevated geopolitical risks that would tend to get worse in the medium term. Meanwhile, to attain the ambitious Paris Agreement goals by 2030, Indonesia needs $285 billion, of which only 34% is covered by the government budget. Obviously, it is important to gain the support of financial institutions and private sector stakeholders to mobilize private capital to meet these shortfalls through transition finance. And it is even more crucial to unlock capital for achieving global net zero goals, since there are uncertainties about low carbon technology deployment and financing. Indonesia has committed to achieving net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2060 or even earlier, and the country is endowed with enormous renewable and sustainable energy resources, including the world's largest nickel reserves and 25% of the world's geothermal potential. With a population approaching 300 million and an economy projected to be one of the world's most powerful by 2045, Indonesia holds a unique position to drive sustainable and inclusive economic development while promoting higher added value processing industries of these natural resources. Cooperation on global scale is required for addressing global issues and exchanging best practices. Partnerships between governments, businesses, and civil society are essential for implementing policies and projects that foster a sustainable and inclusive economic transformation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia is highly committed to promoting sustainable finance in order to facilitate the smooth transition to a low-carbon economy. Since 2015, OJK has issued sustainable financing roadmaps with the objectives of building awareness on sustainable finance and later, in 2021, to establishing an ecosystem for sustainable financing, expanding the supply and demand for environmentally friendly funds, and increasing the sustainable finance implementation in the financial services industry. These measures have resulted in the growth of green finance market that consists of green bond issuance close to $1.5 billion as of October 2023, and the ESG-related mutual funds recorded the amount of 10.1 trillion rupiah. According to the bank's annual sustainability report, the bank's lending to environmental-related business activities as percentage of total credit was reported to be 32.5% in 2022, up from 24.5% in 2019. I believe it is timely for us to enhance a gradual transition while maintaining sustainable economic growth and resilience. To accelerate the implementation of transition finance, we are developing the following policy mix. First, in order to support the financing of energy transition, OJK is now enhancing the Indonesia Green Taxonomy with the Indonesian Sustainable Taxonomy, with a focus on the energy sector and critical minerals. The enhancement will ensure its alignment with Sustainable Development Goals in order to address social aspect and latest development in international fora, such as the ASEAN taxonomy. Thus, the new taxonomy will emphasize fair and just transition for all. The taxonomy will introduce the concept of green and transition business activities that can be used as a guide for financial institutions and investors to make financing decisions which supports their climate agenda. Second, developing transition financing instrument. OJK just launched the regulation on social, sustainability, and sustainability-linked bond or sukuk, as well as sukuk-linked wakaf. This aims to support not only social activity, but also transition activity that is linked to their sustainability performance. This will complement other financing instruments and mechanisms such as loan and blended finance mechanism. Third, to further support emission reduction efforts, OJK has just published a carbon trading regulation and followed by the inauguration of carbon exchange by the President. As of October 2023, the total value of carbon trading on this exchange amounted to 460,000 tons CO2 equivalent, valued at approximately $1.8 million. with 7 carbon trading actors, including a single seller and 16 corporations and buyers. With regards to the transition disclosure requirements, ISSB IFRS S2 requires companies to disclose physical and transition risks, followed by developing transition plan, as well as assessing the potential impact on the transition to a low-carbon economy. In this slide, OJK will enhance the existing regulatory framework on the implementation of sustainable finance to shape and accelerate the financial industry's readiness and role in financing the transition towards decarbonization in Indonesia. Such measures are taken to ensure that the financial institutions' role in financing the transition process will be done smoothly while maintaining financial system stability and fueling the economic growth. Excellencies, honorable ladies and gentlemen, let us further discuss how to promote a suitable regulatory, policies, and business ecosystems which the financial sector could function very well in supporting us toward gradual and sustainable transition plans. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, so that was the keynote speech delivered on behalf of OJK by Bapak Mahendra Siregar. And next, it is only with the greatest pleasure and honor for us to also invite to the stage the ICAEW's Managing Director International, Mr. Mark Billington, BFP FCA, to come up on stage and deliver his remarks. Let us give him a big round of applause.
Thank you and good morning, everyone. As you've heard, my name is Mark Billington, Managing Director at International at ICAEW. And I also have the pleasure of welcoming you all to the 3rd Annual Indonesia International Conference for Sustainable Finance and Economy. ICAEW is extremely proud to have once again co-organized this conference alongside the Indonesian Ministry of Finance. And I'd like to thank them for their continued collaboration, along with our supporting partners, the United Nations Development Programme, the Climate Policy Initiative, and GIZ. We have several senior representatives who I'd like to acknowledge and thank for their support, including Her Excellency Sri Mulyani Indrawati, the Indonesian Minister of Finance, Bapak Fabrio Kacaribu, Head of the Fiscal Policy Agency at the Ministry of Finance, Bapak Adi Budiaso, Director of the Centre for Financial Sector Policy, Ministry of Finance, Bapak Mahendra Siregar, Chairman of the Board of Commissioners of the Indonesian Financial Services Authority, or OJK, Norimasu Shimomoro, the UNDP's Resident Representative in Indonesia, Ibu Tiza Mafira, Indonesia Director at the Climate Policy Initiative, and Bapak Budi Kunchoro, Principal Advisor of GIZ. And thank you also to all the speakers, panelists and moderators who've given up their time to be with us today. We're very fortunate to have such an impressive lineup of contributors. For those of you who don't know, ICAEW is a global professional membership body with over 200,000 members and students around the world. Our members work in the public, private and charitable sectors across a huge range of industries, and we support them throughout their careers and represent them and the profession to business, policymakers and wider society. We also develop and provide qualifications and offer continuing professional development. We were established by Royal Charter in the UK more than 140 years ago for the public benefit and to advance the accountancy profession. We believe that chartered accountancy is a force for good, which helps build a world where prosperity and economic opportunities benefit everyone in a sustainable and inclusive way. Indeed, ICAW's vision is that chartered accountants enable a world of sustainable economies. And one of the themes in our strategy is to help achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Businesses are facing a variety of significant challenges at the moment, and it can be very easy to lose sight of the importance of the sustainability agenda and the road to net zero. But we must maintain and not lose sight of the impact we all can and must make. Chartered accountants are business and finance leaders. We're strategists and problem solvers, whatever sector we work in. And we are uniquely placed to provide the leadership that is needed. At ICAW, we support our members and member firms to become more sustainable in their own rights and share our expertise more widely to help stimulate ideas and debate. For example, we run a sustainability and climate change community which has over 15,000 members and is free to join at ICAW.com. Next week, we're hosting our 3rd annual Climate Summit, also free to join for all. Last year, we launched a dedicated sustainability certificate, which teaches chartered accountants how to apply their skills in this area. And earlier this year, we launched a new program to teach students around the world about the fundamentals of sustainability to help build their basic knowledge. And in just a few weeks, we'll be attending COP28, meeting with business leaders and policymakers to build new relationships and further emphasize the leading role our profession is playing. Through our own work and through continuing to collaborate with the Ministry of Finance, the UN Development Programme and others, we're helping lead the transition to a greener economy and a more sustainable future. Thank you all for joining today, and thank you again to those who have organised and contributed to this important event. I am looking forward to learn from our panels today, and my hope is that today's conference proves to be a source of valuable insights for you all as well. Thank you very much.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we truly hope that you've gained great insights from the remarks delivered by Mr. Mark Billington, the ICAEW's Managing Director International. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we know that we will all have a very productive day today, so without further ado, let us now continue our day and commence our inaugural session, and that is our first panel discussion on boosting the developments of transition finance. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, on boosting the development of transition finance, we sure have so much to talk about surrounding this very exciting topic. So, allow me to tell you a little bit about the panel discussion that we will deliver today. So, our primary objective in this session, ladies and gentlemen, is to delve into the most recent developments in the financial policy with a focus on enhancing coordination and fortifying the financial sector. And moreover, we also seek to unravel the mechanisms that empower the sustainable finance landscape here in Indonesia. And Indonesia, being the fourth most populous country in the world and the largest economy in Southeast Asia, the third largest democracy in the world, as well as the largest island nation in the world, you can imagine the importance and the scope of this very important subject. So together, let us explore to harness public funding to amplify investment mobilization, encompassing private, domestic, as well as international resources, and all in the context of Indonesia's energy transition journey. And so to start this panel discussion, allow me to tell you a little bit about our wonderful moderator before I invite him on stage. So, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit about our moderator. He is an ICAEW's chartered accountant and is the investments director of PT PricewaterhouseCoopers Indonesia Advisory, specializing in financial and commercial advice on capital projects and infrastructure. He is also PwC's Asia Pacific and Indonesia's leader for governments and public services, and until this year was PwC's Indonesia's leader for Environment, Social and Governance, or ESG. And from 2014 until 2021, he was PwC's Global Transport and Logistics Sector leader. And in Indonesia since 2014, he has led projects with many Indonesian national and local government agencies, as well as state-owned enterprises, and also international development agencies in various aspects of the ESG, infrastructure, and transport strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, and before I invite our dearest moderator on stage, I'd also like to remind you that we have a Wi-Fi connection available for you today. And so the Wi-Fi connection, allow me to present it on the screen. The username is Suhana Hall Wi-Fi, and the password is sustainability, just in line and in tune with today's conference and target. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please allow me to invite to the stage our moderator, Mr. Julian Smith, FCA from PwC Indonesia. And Mr. Julian Smith, the floor and time is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Just a few words of introduction from me. Because as the MC just said, I am proud to be a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants, and I didn't expect that when I joined the ICAEW in London and PricewaterhouseCoopers 36 years ago to train as an auditor, that the ICAEW would transport me to Indonesia as a platform, and I find myself, along with Mark Billington and Ibu Sri Mulyani, on a stage in Jakarta talking about sustainable development. I also didn't expect that when I gave up chemistry and physics very early at school, that it would turn out that accounting for carbon emissions is now actually much more important than accounting for pounds or dollars. But here we are. And I think it really is the case that finance is now what is enabling sustainable development to become mainstream, and finance, people with finance expertise are really now helping to drive the sustainable development agenda, whereas perhaps 36 years ago it was something for people who knew about environmental science and not of wider interest to the public. But anyway, let's move on to introduce my panel. We have, first of all, Ibu. Perhaps the panel would all like to walk up together to save time. Ibu Pandey Putu Oka Kusumawadani. Despite 9 years in Indonesia, I still sometimes struggle with pronunciations. Pat Rido Wirakusuma, who's joining us online. Ibu Sylvie Gani and Maurice Wee. If you'd all like to join me and take your places, then I'll just say a few more words about each of the panelists. And I'm sure, forgive me if I don't read everybody's CV in full, because you're more interested in talking about the issues, I'm sure. But just as a brief introduction, Ibu Putu is currently the director of the Center for State Revenue Policy at the Fiscal Policy Agency at the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia. And she's been dealing with international tax issues since 2010. Prior to that, she worked for the DG of Taxes in the Ministry of Finance of Indonesia. Thank you for joining us. Pat Rido, who I can see he is online, is the Chief Executive Officer of the Indonesia Investment Authority, one of Indonesia's top executives in banking, financial services and investment, with more than 30 years of experience at leading global and Indonesian institutions. Prior to joining INA, he was CEO at Bank Permata, and prior to that, head of Indonesia at KKR. And I was very privileged to work with Pat Rido when in his role as head of the Finance and Infrastructure Task Force of B20, where PwC was knowledge partner, where I think we produced a very instructive paper on how to leverage private finance into sustainable development and the energy transition. Then Ibu Sylvie Gani, Financing and Investment Director at PT Sarana Multi Infrastructure. Ibu Sylvie was appointed as Director of PTSMI in 2020, overseeing fund management, investments, facility monitoring, and custodial activities. Prior to that, she was in the private sector as Head of Resources, Energy and Infrastructure at ANZ, and previously in other banks in Indonesia and the Indonesia Bank Restructuring Agency. And then finally, Maurice Wee, Sustainable Finance Analyst at UNDP. Maurice is a Sustainable Finance Analyst at the UNDP Regional Bureau for Asia and the Pacific, and plays a pivotal role in coordinating several key initiatives, including the APEC Sustainable Finance Development Network Secretariat, the Sustainable Insurance Forum, and the Financial Centers for Sustainability, and has had a whole career marked by dedication to sustainable development since he joined UNDP in 2019. So thank you all of you for joining us. Now what I'd like to do is move on to the discussion topics and start with Ibu Putu. First of all, Ibu Putu, can you provide us with an overview from the point of view of the Ministry of Finance of Indonesia's energy transition mechanism? Ibu Sri Mulyani already mentioned this, and I think it's one of the key drivers for bringing private finance into the energy transition. So what is the ETM going to do? What are its goals? How it fits into the broader context of the country's energy and environmental policies? And I'm not going to leave the question as simple as that, because we have a lot of acronyms in this game. So when you talk about ETM, you also have to talk about JETP, the Just Energy Transition Partnership, also mentioned by Ibu Sri Mulyani. If you can explain a bit about that as well, and how it meets the ETM, its key components, and its significance in the Indonesian context. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Julian, for the questions. I think, yes, as mentioned by Ibu Minister of Finance, Ibu Sri Mulyani, in her keynote speech, we do have, several development in terms of this transitions energy. And when we're talking about the commitment, Indonesia is really committing to achieve and fulfill the commitment of NDC, as well as the net zero emissions in 2060 or earlier or sooner. So during the Indonesians, during the COP26 in November 21, Indonesia has announced an emissions reductions of 31.8% by 2030. And also we do have a commitment of targeting a renewable energy mix of around 23% of total national energy by 2025. And during the COP26, the Minister of Finance, Ibu Sri Mulyani, and also the Secretary Carlo Dominguez, and also President Masatsugu Asakawa has launched a new partnership to establish the ETM in Indonesia and also in the Philippines. Well, the ETM is the financing mechanisms that involve the government and also the private sectors. And it is aimed to enable that the electricity supply business permits to accelerate the adoptions of the renewable energy in the electricity sector by lowering the operations of fossil-based power plants toward net zero emission in a just and affordable manner. So there are four, at least, objectives of the ETM. The first one is maximizing the energy mix progressions based on the national energy policy. The next one is enhancing the emissions reduction in electricity subsector, of course, to achieve the NDC and NZA target. And also, it is aimed also to accelerate the early retirement of coal-fired power plant, and also in the same time, try in parallel boost the renewable energy power generations investment. So Indonesia has put the highest priority on the energy transitions toward cleaner energy, and we try to make sure that countries will be able to continue growing while doing that. And then because countries still requires more energy and power sector. So, but we need at the same time reduce the CO2 emissions. So in order to address this, we will take the sort of combinations of approach, do the pacing of the controlling of retiring coal-fired power plant, but at the same time, we develop the alternative renewable energy. And the commissioning of coal-fired power plant is also one of the key actions for the transitions of energy, because we need to ensure that the low carbon economy is achieved. And in this regard, ETM could also assist the efforts. So to support the ETM works, the Minister of Finance has also issued the Minister of Finance Regulations number 103 in 2023, just now. It also provides fiscal support to accelerate the energy transitions for the electricity sectors. And it is the fiscal support will be given through the ETM country platform Indonesia under the scheme of the country platform, and also it will include public-private partnerships, guarantees, government investment, or concessional loans. And in addition to that, actually, as we knew that during the discussions of the ASEAN taxonomy, version 2 that was published in the end of March of 2023, ETM is also already part in it. And it is adapted. So the ASEAN taxonomy version 2 has already includes the coal phasing out as an activity that qualifies for classification as a sustainable activity. So this, well, the introductions of the new coal phased out, it will allow, of course, expected, will allow ASEAN to speed its energy transitions efforts. And under the ASEAN taxonomy too, this is classified as a green or amber, and under the plus standard framework in ASEAN taxonomy version 2. And in addition to that, when we talk about the just energy transition partnerships, well, actually on 15th November 2022, we recall that the President Jokowi and leaders of international partners group like the United States and Japan, and including Canada, Denmark, France, Germany, EU, Italy, UK, launched a just and energy transition partnerships developed with Indonesia during its during the G20 presidency, and it is still consistent with keeping the well, this ambitious plan is also still consistent with the keeping 1.5 degrees Celsius of global warming limit within reach. And what is aimed by JETP is to improve the business environment for Indonesia green economy by building green infrastructure and also improve financial vehicles for sustainable projects. So a just and affordable transition is the JETP's principle to balance the recovery and also the transitions agenda. And what about the funding? because the JETP is also close and relates to the funding plan. In the current draft of the JETP Comprehensive Investment Policy Plan, there is a source of funding totaling to around 21.5 billion US dollar, with the 11.5 billion US dollar in public finance coming from the IPG, and 10 billion US dollar in private finance are coming from the G Finance working group members. But while the source of fund could complement the financing of the energy sectors, actually it's still short of the requirement to finance the energy sector to meet the NDC 2030, because as it is stated in the third biannual update report, it is amounting to around 245 billion US dollar. So we can see the difference. And the financing needs for the enhanced NDC and net zero emissions is, yeah, we can see that it is much higher than that. Out of the 11.5 billion US dollar from the IPG is dominantly comprises of loans, where 95% of it is allocated as loans and 60% classified as concessional loans. And JP funds, fundamental financing strategy is to reduce the cost of Indonesia energy transition, but because public funds are limited, this should be carefully allocated to catalytic project. And in order to allocate the financing principles is, we do have several principles in utilizing the fund. It includes, first, it has to be effective and efficient in use, so that it can avoid market distortion and also crowding out of commercial finance. And it also has to follow the priority of JETP's 5 investment focus area, and also it should be given for the projects that are ready to finance during JETP investment period window, as well as the selections criteria under the project readiness. It also has to be aligned with the recommendations that is contained in the technical assessment and just transition framework. We do expect that the energy transitions could bring positive impact directly or indirectly to the Indonesian's economy, because by driving economic growth, JETP investment can create jobs, contribute to reducing regional economic disparity, and also positively impact a variety of sectors such as financial services and manufacturing. And also, we do hope that a multiplier effect can also enable JETP investment to further boost the economy across sectors and increase demand also across sectors at the end. So additional impact can be expected for informal sector employment as well, but of course, further analysis is required for us to understand the exact impact on that. So I think, Julian, that would be my response.
I think it's a very comprehensive answer. Thank you very much, Ibu. I think actually, as we're talking about the ETM, I'd like to go to Ibu Sylvie next, because PTSMI has been appointed by the Ministry of Finance as the ETM country platform manager. So having heard the overview of what is the ETM and JETP, Ibu Sylvie, perhaps you could provide an overview on the importance from your perspective of the platform, of the country platform, and the role that SMI will play, and what strategy PTSMI is employing to overcome the challenges in implementing the ETM.
Okay, thank you, Julian. So energy transition is a big task, and it also incurred huge financing needs, If I'm not mistaken, the numbers is around 245 billion. We need the financing for the energy transition until 2040. And I believe that it cannot be supported with the public funding or the government budget only. So it needs a blended finance coming from the government, private sector, or private capitals, philanthropy, multilaterals. And for that, we need the platform. So SMI act as a platform. The role of this platform is actually to mobilize the financing and funding for the energy transition activity. As we know, there are two main activities within the energy transition, which are the coal phase out or coal phase down, and also the green energy development. So that one of the role of the country platform. The other role of the country platform, if we are talking about the blended finance, which involves also the public financing, the government support, we work closely together with the government to formalize what kind of the government support and how we could channeling the fiscal support into the energy transition activities. If we are talking about the challenge, as Julian also asked about the challenge as a country platform and the challenge in overall as in the energy transition, there is no precedent of the energy transition or case that we could copy or we could take as example. So I believe that energy transition in each country is unique, and we could say that we start from scratch. So that is the big challenge. The absence of the alignment of regulation that's supporting these activities is the big challenge for us, which I believe this is still under progress or under construction, that the government is trying to establish the regulation that supporting this energy transition. In the keynote speech, Ibu Sri Mulyani also mentioned about the two cases in the coal phase down or coal phase out that we are currently work in progress. During the process that we found that there are some of the regulation that need to be unlocked or need to be created in order to support these activities. So the financing is not everything. The financing actually in place for one of the two cases, but the absence of the regulation, it's also hampered the progress of the activities. So our strategy to tackle this issue actually to work closely with the stakeholders of energy transition, with the government, with the ministries, including working with the JETP, with the objective, of course, to supporting the activities within the energy transition. Thank you, Bill.
Thank you. Pat Reader disappeared from the screen, but I'm hoping he's still there. It's the screen again. He's still there. Excellent. Good. We can see you again, Pat Reader. So having talked specifically about energy transition, I'd like to get perhaps the bigger picture from you, Pat. If you could tell us a bit about INA as Indonesia's sovereign wealth fund. What is the vision for INA for responsible investment in Indonesia's sustainable development? And how do you plan to, or how are you already, not just a plan, driving this vision forward? And I'll probably come straight back to you after that with a question about transition finance and the energy transition.
INA was established less than 700 working days ago, so it's pretty new outfit. We are all impact investors. We were set up under the law so that we could actually provide alternative financing for Indonesia's sustainable development, whether that actually in the energy transition or otherwise. INA, by way of background, are focusing on 4 areas, all with huge impact to Indonesia development. The first one includes the infrastructure build-up. That includes compensation infrastructure such as toll ports, as well as airport. We also in the logistic infrastructure, so that's one of the verticals, which is infrastructure. The second one is in digital, which includes digital infrastructure, digital services, and digital commerce. The third one is in healthcare, and the fourth one is in energy transition. But all of them, if you I will be asked to answer your question, which one of the four are impact investing? When it comes to specifically on energy transition, we're not a policymaker, so we are closer to SMI in that we trying to invest us from the equity side. SMI is actually both equity and debt to some extent. And then we are actually doing and focusing on deals. Now, it is interesting to hear Ibu Sylvie thoughts about the challenges, which I can echo, because whatever we do, we still are hindered by certain regulations that actually not allowing us to execute. So we are hoping, working with the different stakeholders, we will be able to achieve what is set out by the government to do, because it's not just the money, as Sylvia mentioned. It is also about the investable assets, and to make sure that the investable assets are possible for everyone to invest, it needs to pass a certain rules and regulations, which Indonesia is now still trying to unlock. So I guess I hope I answered the question. We are all about impact investing. We're all about sustainable development in Indonesia. Specifically, as an example of our involvement in the energy transition and sustainable financing in Indonesia, we have done a number of deals. We have set up a $1 billion energy transition mechanism platform, which is actually also part of the SMI country platform. We have gathered the concessionary financing from philanthropic donors. We have developed relationship with development financial institutions such as ADB. We have spoken with the sponsors. We're now working together to try to see if we can actually help unlock the regulations, which will allow us to then put together the final piece, specifically with the state-owned electric company of PLN. We also have invested alongside with one of the largest renewable companies in the world, in one of the largest IPO in geothermal. And then lastly, we also are in the process of putting together the platform for EV ecosystem, which hopefully will be announced in the next few months. So in a nutshell, those are some of the things that we are doing. But I think it's good to combine the regulations plus what the players like ourselves, like SMI, are doing, so that we can really unlock the potential and also solve the carbon emission issues that we are all fighting for the solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat Rita. I think you've sort of more or less answered both the first and the second question I was going to ask you, because you've already touched on energy transition. But actually, since you mentioned the EV ecosystem, could you elaborate a bit on what we mean by the ecosystem? Because there are many parts to it, and where are you focusing your investment in order to make a difference?
As you know, when it comes to pollution, it's not just the energy sources that actually affect the pollution. One of the pollutants, so to speak, is the transportation side. And as you know, there are millions and millions of cars and motorcycles on the street, and a huge transformation from the internal combustion engine into electric vehicles is a huge industry. Now, Indonesia is blessed with a number of resources, especially in nickel and bauxite and manganese. We are actually looking at quite a number of projects from upstream all the way to downstream. We do have the investable projects. That part is actually a lot more possible to do, unlike the energy side in terms of regulations. So So I'm talking about not just battery manufacturing, but also potentially battery swap, the precursor materials production for the battery manufacturing, so the whole electric vehicle ecosystem, and that's what we are talking about.
Thank you very much, Pat. Now, Maurice has been patiently waiting for his question. I think, so if we go back to Ibu Sri Mulyani's speech, she was talking about the fact that sustainable finance affects every sector, ranging from agriculture, we've heard about energy transition, we've heard about EVs. So it's not just about closing coal power plants. Maurice, could you provide some examples of successful, because I think in Indonesia, we're still working out how to do it. So I think what we'd like to hear from the global organization like UNDP is examples of successful transition finance projects or initiatives that have already had a significant impact on sustainable development and climate change mitigation. And how can that be replicated here in Indonesia?
Thank you, Gillian, and to the organizers today for the invitation to this conference. Before I delve into really answering your question here on sort of particular examples on transition finance projects or initiatives that have worked, perhaps what I want to do is take a step back and really understand what is successful, what do you consider as successful in any initiative, framework, or policy that you put out there. And to do that, I think you really have to understand or ask the question, where do we begin as well? Especially if you're coming from the perspective of a regulator or policymaker here. Transition finance is huge. The landscape is wide. It's not just retiring coal power plants. It's not just about the energy part of it. It's a whole big, wide sector. And you've mentioned the alphabet soup that we're all in here. I have the luxury of working with sustainable finance full-time, but others are not. And so every day there is a new framework, policy, initiative, or project that's up on transition finance. And it can be quite overwhelming to find out what's successful and what is not. So in transition finance, really, you can break it down into 5 areas that the G20 transition finance framework broke it down to. You have the identification of activities. You've got the taxonomy that you put out there. Then secondly, you have the transparency aspect of it, because that plays an important role, which is the disclosure, disclosing what you've done towards making that step in your transition plans. And then you have the transition instruments that you put out there, the ETMs, the sustainability-linked bonds, loans, and all the other mechanisms out there, the JETP, for example. And then you have the policy side, which is, have you got a transition plan in place? And then you throw in as well the just aspect, which covers human rights defenders. It covers how do you reskill the workforce moving forward. So it's a broad, holistic area when you're looking at transition finance and trying to identify what works and what does not. So at the UNDP, what we're trying to do is figure out what are the gaps that we found with looking at, so we've looked at 90 over plus frameworks, tools, and methodologies out there, and we've taken stock of what's going on globally with countries and what they're doing, where they're at, to provide sort of recommendations, gaps, case studies into what has worked for each particular set. As one of the panelists pointed out, it's everyone takes their own step or journey into transition finance. So it's really identifying what has worked and then being able to take that winning element and translate that into the policies or mechanisms that you put out. So I can give a few examples of what has worked. These are not sort of just endorsements on, you have the ASEAN taxonomy that's been put out there, which Eugene Wong, I guess, will speak about later in the second panel. You have the Japan sectoral initiatives, which is specific to each sector of the industry. You have disclosure.
You've got the TPT, Transition Plan Task Force. They've put out a framework on disclosure specific to transition finance that is quite novel in a way. You have the SDG bonds that Indonesia has put out, ETMs, ILO, Philippines has done a Green Jobs Act. What I'm trying to say is there really isn't a one-size-fits-all, but with the guidance that we're putting out, that we hope to do is to be able to identify what have they done, how do we measure that, and whether that can be replicated by other policymakers to their own local jurisdictions or contexts. So that's what we aim to do there, Julian. I hope that answers your question in a long way.
Is there one particular example you think of in your career looking at sustainable finance projects? What would be your favorite one that people can learn lessons from?
Well, a bit tough to pick a favorite one. It's like trying to ask if you've got a favorite child, I guess. It's each policy and guidance that's been put out there usually only covers a single element of the whole 5 pillars of transition finance that I've mentioned: taxonomy, a disclosure, your instruments that you've put out there. So it's really hard to identify one particular that fits everything. As I've said, everything is regional specific. The ASEAN taxonomy is very specific to ASEAN. It won't work in the EU where they've got the EU taxonomy. And if you want to fit the EU taxonomy to what we're doing here, it does not match the market condition that's happening here. So it's highly specific. It's really a tough question to pick a favorite one.
Unfair, perhaps an unfair question because I didn't give you advance notice of that. But I think what you've brought home to us is the complexity of sustainable finance. If we, as I was saying earlier, if we go back to when I started my career, an accountant only had to think about pounds or dollars. Now, if you're doing a sustainable bond or something, it's not just the calculating the interest or the IRR in pounds, you've got to think about the impact, and the impact is not just carbon emissions, there are social aspects to the impact as well. And I think that's why this sort of forum is helpful in sort of bringing us all together to bring the different strands together. I'd like to get back to Ibu Putu now, just because let's just talk about the progress made so far. And with all the different energy challenges, financing is clearly the biggest one. We heard, Ibu Sri Mulyani was talking about Cirebon and other power plants. She also mentioned, I think, the challenges of upgrading the grid, because you can't just retire a coal power plant if the grid is not ready for it. From your perspective, what progress has been made so far in bringing finance in from donors in particular, and also the private sector? Because the ETM is about blending the donor finance and the private sector finance. What's the progress so far in making this energy transition a reality?
Yeah, thank you, Julian. Yes, I think you're absolutely right that finance is the most important, the biggest chance that now is being looked at everyone in this regard. But the government of Indonesia has done many things with the aim of catalyzing the mobilizations of funding for climate actions from also from the private sector as well. But first of all, we acknowledge that the commitment is quite ambitious in this regard, but ambitious climate commitments from the governments are also needed to send positive signal to also the investor. And the government of Indonesia, in order to support the financing side in this regard, has also issued a number of fiscal supports, incentives to attract the private investment in green projects and also green industry, including tax holiday, tax allowance, as well as, if you recall, the facility of the value-added tax, import duty, property tax, in order to support, especially from the side of the capital expenditures of the investment. And we also has issued the regulations framework to implement the carbon pricing and tax in Indonesia, where we will utilize the carbon trading and non-trade instruments to internalize the external cost of greenhouse gas emissions under the polluters pay principles. And the Indonesian government has also been transforming the state budget into more greener by utilizing public fund to support the climate change related project. So cumulative climate expenditures from the national government until 2021 reaching around 20 billion US dollar, contributed to around 8% of the BUR. And I think we also share the same views and expectations that countries should also foster strong multilateral and also bilateral partnership to enhance the climate financing. So in this case, Indonesia is actively involved and also continue leadership in leveraging a sustainable financial ecosystem, including during the G20 Forum, ASEAN Forum, coalitions of Minister of Finance for Climate Actions, where Indonesia is also one of the co-chair of the coalitions. And we also continue to enhance the cooperations with all stakeholders, such as the Green Climate Funds, Global Environment Facility, Adaptations Fund, international financial institutions, multilateral development banks, development partner countries, private sector, and also philanthropic institutions, because many are also attracted to support this initiative. And not to mention that innovative financing scheme and equity-based financing mechanisms is also needed to boost the risk sharing in public-private partnership and also optimize the effectiveness of limited public resources. And in this regard, Indonesia is utilizing the blended finance for the SDG sectors through the SDG Indonesia 1 under PT SMI, Sarana Multi-Infrastructure, which also facilitate the philanthropic involvement, international donor, green investors, commercial banks, multilateral development banks. And also, the government of Indonesia provide fiscal support to facilitate the development of the renewable energy, which is generally aimed to reduce the risk, namely the Project Development Fund, Credit Enhancement Facility, and also the Viability Gap Fund. And based on those initiatives, the government of Indonesia has also some key developments in bringing finance in from the donors and also the private sectors to help the energy transitions realize. So Green Sukuk, Indonesia has successfully issued Green Sukuk, both in the form of global Green Sukuk and also retail domestic Green Sukuk. The total Green Sukuk issuance from the period of 2018 until 2022, it reached not less than 6.5 billion US dollar, which was also used for energy efficiency, renewable energy, sustainable transport, waste processing, climate resilience, and also green building projects. And for the year 2023, the government will also continue to issue Green Sukuk. In addition to that, we have also issued the SDGs bond for around 570 million US dollar in place. And the projection emission reduction from the Green Sukuk and also the SDGs bonds reach around 10.6 million tons CO2 emissions and its equivalent. And in addition to that, with regards to the JETP as well, Indonesia has secured around 20 billion US dollar in deals under the JETP, which includes equity investment, grants, concessionary loans from members of the group G7, multilateral banks, and private lenders. Well, yeah, JETP is aims to use the fund over the next 3 to 5 years. Well, we discussed this earlier. And also,
perhaps I think, sorry to interrupt
Oh,
you,
yeah,
because
yeah.
we're going to run out of time,
Okay,
and I want to bring
okay,
in one of the
yeah.
other panelists. But I think
Yeah.
what that shows is, as I was saying earlier, that if we want to achieve sustainable development, it's not just for the environmentalists. A lot of efforts have to be driven by the Ministry of Finance, which brings transparency and raises the money to achieve the sustainable development goals and the energy transition. I want to go back to Ibu Sylvie, because a lot has been said about the important role Indonesia can play and is playing in sustainable development and the energy transition. At the same time, we're building a new capital city in Borneo, and people think we're building a new capital city in the middle of the jungle. Now, the reason I want to bring you in, Ibu Sylvie, is because you're actually playing a key role in procuring the infrastructure in the new capital city. And I'd like to hear your assurance that these projects will actually live up to the aspiration for the new capital city of avoiding adverse environmental and social impacts on the neighboring forests and the communities. Because I think that's a good example of how sustainable finance in action.
Okay, thank you. So, SMI role in the new capital city at the moment that we are assisting government on the public side. First, to design the financing modality and structure to develop the new capital city. And second, our role is actually to assist the government on the public side to project preparation under the PPP scheme for the infrastructure development. And at the later stage, if it's needed, we also able to provide financing to the private side to develop the infrastructure in the new capital city. As a financial institution, SMI has implemented its ESG principles in the decision-making process. So we have a special team, ESG team, who will conduct the environmental and social safeguard assessment and due diligence for every project that we assist, whether this is on the project preparation, the advisory, or on the financing, as well as investment. So this is actually to ensure that the project will not have a negative impact to the environment and also the social and community, particularly in the project. So that's the first. And the second, because our role is also to crowd in the market and inviting the private capitals, commercial loans, and other investors. We also want to ensure that this project could meet the ESG requirement of most of the banks nowadays who has implemented the ESG principles. So hopefully that it could answer. So before the project is ready to be launched in the market, we ensure that the project could have or could meet the ESG principles.
Very good answer, short answer. Thank you very much, Ibu Sylvie. One more for Maurice. Again, getting more to the specifics now, can you give us an example? Because we've heard a lot about frameworks and initiatives and partnerships and things. An example of specific financial instruments that maybe can help people understand how it works in practice when we talk about sustainable finance.
Sure thing. I think Indonesia is quite a leader in terms of putting out financial instruments out there. So wrong person to ask perhaps, but they're quite a global leader in terms of the sustainability sukuks that's put out there, the green sukuk, their blue bonds, maybe a transition finance bond or sustainable SDG bonds that they put up. But perhaps one thing I can note about, you already have a leader in terms of, and a good examples of what's been put out there, but perhaps I can put out more a bit on what the gaps we've seen in terms of what's been put out there. There is a lot on debt-related market instruments that have been put out there, sustainability-linked bonds, as she's mentioned, but we need to see a little bit more. That in terms of the global, what's out there in terms of financial instruments, equity-based instruments are sort of a bit lacking, and you can't just rely on debt-based instruments to sort of fill that gap. There's also three other areas that we've seen in terms of what's been put out there, specifically related to financing instruments for transition finance. Number one is there's a lack of coverage between other aspects of sustainability. Biodiversity needs to be covered, human rights needs to be covered, climate adaptation also needs to be covered. That's one. Number two is science-based transition plans being incorporated into market instruments. We've seen quite a good progress in that, but in terms of trying to get into the details of it, there needs to be a much more refinement into what's being put out there, into the data, so it's comparable to a certain extent. And lastly, when we're talking about equity-based instruments, I think there needs to be a bit more on the carrot and sticks, the penalties, and also the incentives to drive that particular segment of financing instruments. So these are sort of the gaps that we've seen there.
Just in the last few minutes, could you just elaborate on one of these examples, how it works in practice? So people talk about an SDG-linked bond, for example, or similar instruments. How does it differ from an ordinary bond? I think that's perhaps, we need a bit of demystification for those who are not directly involved in sustainable finance.
I'm no expert, but I can try to elaborate a bit more on sustainability-linked bonds. Basically, it's just a debt instrument out there that's been put up to raise funds for certain activities that's been put out there related to sustainability. What we've seen so far is that there's a good number of instruments, but perhaps what clarity is needed in terms of the sustainability-linked bonds that are coming up is there is no information on where those funds are being channeled into at the end of the day. That's, I think, is perhaps one of the biggest differences in between a conventional bond and a sustainability-linked bond that we're doing.
Although the sustainability-linked bond there should be some sort of annual reporting process that says this is what the money's been invested in, right? That's the point of it.
Exactly, which is where the disclosure part as well comes in.
And that's where the importance of their taxonomy comes in, because who decides what is sustainable and what's not sustainable? I don't know if any of the panelists wants to come in, but my understanding is that's why, as we heard from Ojika earlier, there's a lot of work going into the green taxonomy so that investors know, well, if the bond proceeds are being invested in a certain type of project that follows the Indonesia green taxonomy, means it is green, and that means there's no greenwashing. I don't know, Bu Sylvie, you're nodding a lot, and do you want to add last few words on that?
I'm not an expert on ESG. Probably Maurice could add up more. But I think one of the issues on the ESG is lack of standard of disclosure. Indonesia might have their own taxonomy, but it might not be applied into Asian country or other Asian country or other Western country. So I think, that could be an issue on the ESG, if I'm not mistaken. Then.
Okay, so I have a red sign in front of me saying time's up. So I think now it just remains for me to thank the four panelists, Ibu Putu, Pat Rida, Ibu Sylvie, and Maurice. Thank you all for your contributions. And perhaps we have a round of applause from the audience.
Well, thank you so much, everyone. Once again, allow me to extend our gratitude for all of our speakers, for sharing the great insights with all of us on the subject of boosting the development of finance transition. And I would also like to thank our dearest moderator, Mr. Julian Smith, for moderating the illuminating session. So ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to our second panel discussion, allow me to ask you to please take out your mobile phones to scan the QR code that is presented on each of your tables to fill out the feedback form. Bapak Ibu sekalian, kami persilakan untuk men-scan QR code yang ada di meja masing-masing untuk mengisi feedback formnya. And well, ladies and gentlemen, after our first panel discussion, let us move on to our second panel discussion, and this time on the transition taxonomy in Indonesia. Well, on the transition taxonomy in Indonesia, as we also welcome everyone to please scan the QR code that is presented on each of your tables to fill out the feedback form. Allow me to tell you a little bit about our next panel discussion on the transition taxonomy in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, so this next discussion will unravel key insights into a fit-for-purpose transition pathway for Indonesia, particularly within the context of decarbonization on the power sector through the early retirement of coal-fired power plants. And our panelists will also delve into the crucial topics and subjects of the links, interoperability, and the credibility with other regional and global taxonomies as well. And our distinguished panel of experts will also shed the light on the vital subjects, offering their expertise as well as their unique perspective. And so next, allow me to tell you a little bit about our moderator. So ladies and gentlemen, our moderator whom will be moderating and this illuminating subject on the transition taxonomy in Indonesia, she is the manager of Climate Policy Initiative, an analysis and advisory organization with deep expertise in climate finance and policy. She has over 10 incredibly great years of experience in sustainable investments, in risk management, in banking and capital markets, specializing in climate finance and policy. And she works at a CPI involved the innovative blended finance and de-risking instruments, energy and regulatory studies to support the shift towards a green economy. And previously at Citigroup, she assessed capital markets and underwriting in emerging economies. She worked at Ernst & Young Transaction Advisory Services, focusing on financial and energy sectors. And she holds a dual master's degree in business and accounting from Monash University and is a member of CPA Australia, actively involved in the Young Professional Committee at CPA Australia's Indonesia office. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to invite our moderator for our second panel discussion, Ibu Lutfiana Larasati of Climate Policy Initiative. Let us give Ibu Lutfiana a big round of applause. Ibu Lutfiana, so happy to have you here with us, and the floor and time is yours.
Thank you, Miss Amelia. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Chika from Climate Policy Initiative. So now we are going into the second panel of today. We're going to talk about Indonesia transition taxonomy. The first panel, we already talked about how to boost the transition finance. And now in the second panel, I will be joined by three esteemed panelists. The first one is Bapak Henry Rialdi, Head of Surveillance and Integrated Policy for Financial Service Sector, Indonesia Financial Service Authority. And then the second one is Mr. Eugene Wong, CEO of Sustainable Finance Institute Asia, ASEAN Taxonomy Board. And lastly, we are also joined by Bapak Dudi Ruliadi, Senior Policy Analyst, Center for Financial Sector Policy, Ministry of Finance of Republic of Indonesia. Welcome on stage, sir. So now we have three panels here. The first one is Bapak Henry, as the Head of Surveillance and Integrated Policy for OJK, Otoritas Jasa Keuangan. His career in finance began at PT Bank Nusa International and PT Bank PD FCI. Subsequently, he made substantial contributions to Indonesia financial landscape through his work with Indonesian Bank Restructuring Agency. Bapak Henry's commitment to financial regulation and supervision led to significant roles at Bank Indonesia, this is the Central Bank of Indonesia, where he served in the Directorate of Banking, Research and Regulation, and the Directorate of Bank Supervision. Welcome, Bapak. And then the second one, we have Mr. Eugene Wong, is the CEO of SFIA, an independent institute established to catalyze ideas on sustainable finance and the policy level in ASEAN, as well as proper action in the support of those policy ideas. As we all aware as well that SFIA is currently the host of the ASEAN Taxonomy Board. Mr. Eugene was previously the Managing Director, Corporate Finance and Investment of Securities Commission Malaysia. He also served as a member of the Audit Oversight Board in Malaysia and was advisor to Malaysian Accounting Standard Board. He oversaw the ASEAN-related initiative and was a chair of Deputies of ASEAN Capital Market Forum and was a co-chair of the ASEAN Working Committee on Capital Market Development. Eugene is a fellow of Chartered Accountant Australia and New Zealand, fellow of CPA Australia, and Chartered Accountant of Malaysia Institute of Accountants. Welcome, Eugene. And then lastly, we have Pak Dudi Ruliadi. Pak Dudi Ruliadi joining us from the Ministry of Finance, from the Center for Financial Sector Policy. Pak Dudi holds a doctoral degree in law from Melbourne Law School, currently serving as a senior policy analyst within the Ministry of Finance at the Center for Financial Sector Policy in Jakarta, Indonesia. This role, he plays a pivotal role in integrating sustainable finance provisions into recent financial sector omnibus law. Prior to this position, he served as a lead climate finance negotiator at the UNFCCC and managed Indonesia's national designated authority for the Green Climate Fund. Welcome, Pak Dudi. So, the panel 2, we're going to talk about the transition taxonomy. Here we have Pak Dudi from the Ministry of Finance. We have 2 regulators from Indonesia, and then we have Pak Henry from the SRO. We have a self-regulated organizations, OJK, in Indonesia, and also we have Mr. Eugene Wong from the ASEAN Taxonomy Board. So when we talk about the taxonomy, why we need the taxonomy? Because previous panel mentioning about the transition finance is more beyond only financing the key activities. There is currently a hot topic, which is retiring the early coal-fired power plant. So the first questions, to open the discussion, Pak Dudi, because during your introduction, I mentioned that the Ministry of Finance just enacted the omnibus law in financial sector. So how can the taxonomy support the mobilization and allocation of green finance and investment in Indonesia in the context of this law that has just been enacted in the beginning of this year?
Thank you, Mbak Chika. Thank you for having me, Pak Henry and Eugene. Great to see you face to face now, because last year we were in the online session. So to answer that question, we've known from the very beginning, explained by Pak Mahendra, the use of a taxonomy, and we in the financial sector omnibus law that has mandated Indonesia to develop the sustainable taxonomy by a government regulation, different than the previous, the current taxonomy developed by OJK. The law mandated that Indonesia must develop a sustainable taxonomy, and of course, this will be developed on the work that OJK has done from the last several years. Taxonomy 1.0 and now OJK is developing the updated version of that. We will work with OJK as well and other ministries and of course other stakeholders, broad stakeholders, to develop the taxonomy. And as OJK has done previously with the taxonomy, we also understand that the taxonomy will have to take into account the other taxonomy regionally and internationally, from ASEAN, from China, from Europe, and how those taxonomies serve as a reference for the next taxonomy developed by a government regulation. But at the same time, we also need to think about how the taxonomy to be developed by the government with others stakeholders also take into account the specific, a unique condition of Indonesia, so that we will be able to strike the right balance between how to develop the taxonomy that is in accordance with international standards, as well as how to also in line with Indonesian policy and interests. I think I'll stop there for now.
Thank you, Pak Dudi. So I would like to continue to Pak Henry, because Pak Dudi also mentioned that OJK is basically spearheading the development of the taxonomy. We know that there are already the Green Taxonomy of Indonesia version 1 that has currently in the process to be updated. Can you please share a bit on the key updates on that, Pak Henry, and also maybe the examples or the sectors in Indonesia that are particularly impacted by the update of this taxonomy?
Yes, thank you, Mbak Chika. First, I'd like to apologize if my voice is a bit muffled using a mask. I have a cold. Well, as Pak Dudi mentioned, we've developed the taxonomy in the previous year called the Green Taxonomy. This year, we're revising it to call it Sustainable Taxonomy. It's a different point of view in a sense that the previous taxonomy focuses on the green aspects of sectors. But the revision would include other aspects such as a social aspect, among them human rights, labor rights. So the framework itself will be based on the ASEAN taxonomy developed, in which a combination of several primary factors plus a social aspect to be included in the taxonomy itself. Also, the taxonomy would focus more on the sectors which are stated in the National Determined Contribution. So this year, we'll start with the energy sectors. These are the focus of the sustainable taxonomy that is going to be basically finished within this year. And in terms of interoperability, as Pak Dudi mentioned, we also benchmark on the ASEAN taxonomy in terms of several criteria, because this taxonomy also would introduce not just qualitative factors in which evaluating sectors, but also scientific-based quantitative variables in the taxonomy itself. But of course, it has to balance between interoperability and the needs of Indonesia economy itself. As you know, taxonomies differs countries to countries depending on what the national interests are, what the characteristic of the countries are. So it tries to balance this. And in terms of sectors, as I said before, the main sector that will be implicated in the revision of the taxonomy for this year is the energy sectors. As Pa Mahendra stated this year, one new variables in the taxonomy is the consideration of the critical mineral sectors. As you know, critical minerals are an important part for the development of green financing or green economy. Without the critical minerals itself, the gap between the supply and the growth of the green economy would be hindered. So consideration must be put in terms of how we treat critical materials in support of the sustainable finance itself. I'll stop there first, Bachika. Thank you.
Thank you, Pa Henry. As also mentioned by Pa Henry, now I'll go to Mr. Eugene Wong. The current progress of updating our taxonomy is benchmarking to the ASEAN taxonomy version 2. Can you please share a bit about what are the key updates? Because here Pa Henry mentioning about the new criteria or indicators that is included would be on the social aspect as well. Can you please elaborate on that, Mr. Eugene? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I actually want to thank OJK and the Ministry of Finance Indonesia for their significant contributions to the ASEAN taxonomy. As Pa Henry rightly mentioned, every country is going to have a different starting point, a different economic and social position, and different access to resources, which makes it very, very difficult, and Maurice said this just now actually, to have one single, one-size-fits-all solution. So it's very important for us that if countries need to, they should be able to have their national taxonomies to address national priorities and national agendas. But because ASEAN as a bloc is becoming more and more important from an economic perspective globally. And this is why, as ASEAN, many people look to us as an asset class. So it's important that when we go out to raise money for funding for the different projects, we don't confuse investors. We don't make it difficult for investors to do due diligence. It becomes costly, it becomes confusing for them. And money always flows to where it's easiest. And Ibu Sri Mulyani said today, it's about the money. So we want to attract the funds. This is why the ASEAN taxonomy was created. So just a bit of background on that. The ASEAN taxonomy is actually meant to be an inclusive taxonomy to include all our different member states into the capital raising game. So the ASEAN taxonomy is inclusive in two ways. The first is that it's multi-tiered. It's multi-tiered because there is a principles-based frame, and there is a frame with a technical screening criteria, which very much mirrors the EU. And again, within the technical screening criteria, we also just don't have one single benchmark or one single threshold. We have up to 3 for each economic activity. Now, why is this so? Because there are 10 ASEAN countries, and our GDPs range from circa $70,000 per annum to 1,300 US$ per annum. So you can't have one single threshold, again, coming back to Maurice's very important point. The version 1 was actually put out in November 2021, and version 1 was testing these concepts. Firstly, the multi-tiered concept. The second concept that the ASEAN taxonomy put forth is transition, and that's why some people call it a transition taxonomy. Because again, if you look at the tiers we have, we're allowing people to move from less ambitious to very ambitious. So this was very well received. The feedback we got was on really how do you make this interoperable with global taxonomies? How do you align it with the national taxonomies? And that wasn't very difficult because actually all our member states are sitting on the board. And as I mentioned just now, we have members like OJK, Ministry of Finance Indonesia, who actually contribute at the board level, at the working group level, and they give input to make sure our taxonomies align. And the third, of course, was how do we get data? Because I think data is a very important issue, and if we have time, I'll speak about that later. So in the second version that's come out in March this year, we have firstly populated the principles-based frame called the foundation framework. We've given proper decision trees for each of the environmental objectives that we cover. we have guiding questions and use cases, because principles-based frameworks always criticize that they are inconsistent. So we wanted to make that classification effort consistent. We also clarified what remedial measures to transition means, because this is about transition. We're talking about transition here, and it is really important for emerging and developing economies to be able to transition, because we can't flick a switch and turn green overnight. So we should not discourage people. We should not promote sustainable finance by exclusion, which is what happens sometimes when the rules are too strict, and as Ibu Sri Mulyani said, but by inclusion, how do we get people on board onto this journey quickly? So we allow people to remediate problems that they have within a reasonable time, and they have a solid plan. On the technical screen, well, I should also add that there was a lot of debate when we did version 1 about how we should incorporate social aspects. And of course, OJK is very involved in the stakeholder consultations and engagements on this. And some people said, oh, you must go all the way. And some others said, don't take this too far, because it is a sustainable finance taxonomy, and it's not meant to drive social the agendas in the way that developed countries can drive it. So in version 2, what we did was we introduced the concept of social aspects, which really serve to ensure that whatever decisions we make on the allocation and orientation of capital take into consideration social aspects. If you don't pass this test, you fail completely. So what are the social aspects we look at? The first is we look at making sure that human rights are observed. The second is that we don't like child labor or forced labor, and we look at the impact of the investments on the communities around them. We also came out with the technical screening criteria for the first sector. There are 6 sectors we cover, which is energy, and we have a technical screening criteria for all the the environmental objectives covered by the taxonomy. We have a do no significant harm schedule, and importantly, we also have a coal phase-out criteria. So we're in the process of now consulting on version 2 of the taxonomy.
Thank you, Eugene. Because now I want to go back to Pak Dudi as from the Ministry of Finance. You mentioned that one of the mandated from the Omnibus Law of Financial Sector is having the Sustainable Finance Committee in order to develop the sustainable finance taxonomy. And as also Eugene mentioned earlier, that developing the taxonomy is requiring the inclusive process, so meaning that we need to talk across stakeholder. And from the perspective and the role of the Ministry of Finance as the coordinator of this committee, how is the taxonomy development process involving various stakeholders? And what are the key stakeholders, and also what are the expected outcome from this inclusive process?
Okay, thank you. Well, from the financial sector omnibus law, we know that the Minister of Finance is a coordinator of the development of the sustainable taxonomy, and I can't imagine that this sustainable taxonomy is developed without the involvement of stakeholders. And we've known from the fact that OJK for years have involved many stakeholders, and we will develop that, build upon the experience of OJK in developing the taxonomy. So what we will do to develop the next sustainable taxonomy by a government regulation. You mentioned about the a committee, Sustainable Finance Committee, which is also stated in the law, which we are now developing with OJK and Bank Indonesia, the Central Bank of Indonesia. It's under discussion, and the governance of the Sustainable Finance Committee is being discussed with OJK and BI, and later we will be discussing the governance of the committee with other stakeholders. From the very beginning, the governance of the committee will be involving many stakeholders. The same is true for the sustainable taxonomy, and we cannot then different with the approach that has been done by OJK for years in developing the green taxonomy and now the updated sustainable taxonomy. So we will be engaging OJK, of course, as the main actor experience in developing the sustainable taxonomy. And we've begun engaging other stakeholders about the development of the committee and of course about the taxonomy. But the next issue is how the sustainable taxonomy will be different with the current updated version of the OJK. That remains to be seen because we're still discussing that internally with OJK and BI. Maybe it will not be that different. Maybe a little bit different with the current one. I can't answer that for now. So to be able to know and to ensure that the next sustainable taxonomy is workable and in accordance with international standards. Of course, that engagement with broad stakeholders is very important and it's mandatory. So we in the Ministry of Finance will make sure that all stakeholders, and of course you are all here, will be involved in the development of the next sustainable taxonomy.
If I might add, you mentioned the issue of inclusivity of the taxonomy. One new area that we try to develop in the revision of the taxonomy itself is a specific guiding principle for small, medium enterprises. The current taxonomy, I think, applies more to the corporate market in a sense. There's a specific technical screening criteria. There's a specific qualitative criteria in which if you apply it to a small and medium-sized companies, it would basically exclude them. So we are trying to develop a simplified guidance based on the ASEAN taxonomy decision tree, but more applicable to small, medium enterprises. So in a sense, it tries to expand the area of sustainable finance to include small and medium-sized enterprises within the sustainable taxonomy. Thank you.
Can I just add on? I think, Pak Henry, that's absolutely important because we have 70 million MSMEs in this part of the world and they generate as much emissions as Cambodia and Brunei put together. That's 2 member states.
All right. Thank you, Pak Henry and Eugene. So this is about the inclusivity. Now, I want to, because Pak Henry saying that in order to develop inclusive sustainable finance taxonomy, we also need to consider not only the MSME as a social measure, and also I think that because the topic of this panel is transition, right? What kind of the transition activities to be included? Eugene mentioning that ASEAN taxonomy already include the coal phase out measure. And could you also describe a bit, Pak, for the context of Indonesia transition activities to be included in the taxonomy? And also, what are the key challenges and opportunities to include these transition activities into the taxonomy from the point of view of the industry players? And next, because I'm asking Pak Henry from the industry players, I want to ask also Pak Dudi as well. What are the key challenges and benefits of including the transition activities into the taxonomy from the point of view of the financial sector as a whole?
Thank you. I think the approach is similar in developing transition. One of the areas is, of course, coal phase out. As stated in the ASEAN taxonomy, this would be also applied in the sustainable taxonomy. The main challenges is that for Indonesia, specific issues with regards to fossil fuel, especially coal and CPO. It's quite sensitive. In a sense, if you look at the taxonomies across the globe, no one would dare touch the area of coal, mining, plants. But in the perspective of Indonesia, a transition from this economy to a more greener economy needs to be supported. We cannot exclude financing for this area. This is the challenges. So when we look or we benchmark them to other taxonomies, we can't find any guidance of how to manage the transition, especially for coal plants, coal mining, towards a more greener economy, aside from the coal phase-out area. So I think this is the main challenges for this year, because we're basically focusing on energy. Energy in Indonesia is largely coal sector, fossil fuel sector. So I think this is the challenges, how to balance credibility but also applicability to the Indonesian economy. I think this is the main challenges. Aside from that, I think also with regards to technical criteria, the development of industries or the ability of industry to meet technical criteria specified by international standards also needs to be improved. In a sense, some adjustment are needed for Indonesia in developing the technical criteria itself. These are the two main challenges, I think, in developing the economies and the taxonomy within this year. Next year, we're going to move to other sectors. I think the challenges would not be easy. It still would be very challenging. I think ASEAN also are going to move to other sectors such as construction, I think, and transportation. Transportation, it's an interesting area that it's going to have a lot of debate within next year.
Thank you, Pak Henry. Now, over to you, Pak Dudi. Now, Pak Henry mentioning about the challenges and what are the key benefits if we adopt these transition activities into our taxonomy.
Yes, again, I mentioned again about the financial sector omnibus law, which you can read very explicitly states the importance of transition. So it's not only about sustainable finance, but also transition. Eugene mentioned about the prevention of exclusion in this endeavor. So we set that in the financial sector omnibus law, and the sustainable taxonomy itself will also address the issue of transition. And Pak Henry has mentioned and knows better about that. And the current version and the updated version will take into account the transition as the interest of the developing countries and Indonesia as part of the sustainable finance development. For me, the challenge for the transition, the development of sustainable taxonomy, which includes transition activities, is about striking the balance between ambition and the viability of the taxonomy, because we have different actors with a different capacity, and how to make sure that the instrument that we develop will be useful and workable for all, and remain open to be updated. And we understand that that's the case for the current updated version of OJK and the next sustainable taxonomy. For the Minister of Finance, how fiscal policy can drive that transition, complementing the sustainable taxonomy will be able to, to enhance, to attract financing into the transition activities.
Thank you, Pak Rudi. Now offer to Eugene. Eugene, you already hear our development of adopting, try to adopt the transition activities into our taxonomy. And Pak Rudi also mentioned the challenges about meeting the ambition and also the financing. And in your opinion, how can the development of transition taxonomy support Indonesia's effort to establish fit-for-purpose pathway for decarbonizing, especially on the power sectors? And also, can you please elaborate a bit about the early retirement of coal-fired power plants? How can this be benefited into Indonesia taxonomy in the future?
You know, Pa, it's interesting. 3 years ago, someone asked me to define transition in one phrase. And I said it is the balance between ambition and reality. Because we all have the ambition that we must immediately eliminate fossil fuels, we must turn green overnight. But the reality is that our economic and social systems are hardwired, that it's quite hard to do that. So the challenge for us is to contextualize the transition journey. And I think, if you look at energy in particular, CIPP states it very well, right? So you need to talk about evolution of the Indonesian energy industry. So the first thing is you have to improve your infrastructure, because if you don't have the transmission grids, you face issues like curtailment, connection problems. The second thing you have to do then is what's already emitting, you need to phase them out over a period of time. And I think this is where the coal phase out is so important. And the third is, as you are doing that, you need to build the renewables. And this is reflected in the 5 investment focus areas of the CIPP as well. So it is very important that a taxonomy gives legitimate cover to providers of finance, because transitions are very difficult. Everyone says transitions are greenwashing. That's the first reaction. So unless there is some official level agreement or sanction as to what constitutes a transition, you will find that every financier will prefer to finance a green project. I think that's a problem we've all been facing. But the reality is, if you're only looking for green projects, we're never going to be able to transform our economies. The point you make, Pak Henry, structurally, if you have to mine for critical minerals, because it's important for EV batteries, what are you going to do? So we have to start thinking about this, and we have to start thinking about how we are going to position the transition. The other issue, when I talked about hardwiring, if you look at the coal plant situation in Southeast Asia, it's actually quite tough. So 38% of the coal-fired plants in Southeast Asia are actually less than 8 years old. Globally, in Asia, actually, the average age is 15 years old, and I think, in Indonesia, it's 12 to 13 years old. Many of these plants actually have ironclad purchase power agreements. They have subsidies, they have incentives. To unwind them costs money, as Ibu Sri Mulyani said. So we have to be able to judiciously allocate capital to this. So we have to understand that our transition taxonomies have to do 2 things. The first is that they have to be contextualized to every region or country's situation, because not every country is the same. And again, if you try and apply the same rule, coming back to Maurice's point, you're just going to cause social and economic dislocations. And we always talk about just transition. We also talk about common but differentiated responsibilities. And sometimes I think in introducing global baselines, we forget about that. The other thing we have to do is, although we talk about transition taxonomies that fit us at a national or regional level, we need to be able to connect this with the global level. So it's not a question just about interoperability. Interoperability is about taxonomy design. Do you have the same environmental objectives? Do you use the same industry classification system? Do you recognize the same do no significant harm components? Equivalence is really the holy grail. We need to look at equivalence. For example, where is the Indonesian threshold in the ASEAN taxonomy? Where is the Thai threshold in the ASEAN taxonomy? By doing this, investors only need to understand and clear one threshold that they'll invest in. Is it tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 for this economic activity in the ASEAN taxonomy? And if the national taxonomies who are driving national agendas can identify with it. It saves everyone time and money. With coal phase out in particular, as I mentioned just now, it's extremely important because if you don't phase out coal, you will not get the outcomes that you want, like your 2050 net zero outcome for the energy sector. But the problem is that phasing out coal to many people means financing coal. And that is a totally, I would say, awkward situation that we face. It's actually not financing coal, it's financing the exit from coal. And I think the GFAN's managed phase-out paper has presented a very balanced, fair, and logical sort of interpretation of this. And it's very, the ASEAN taxonomy is very consistent with the GFAN's managed phase-out approach as well. So it is important that our transition taxonomies be able to help us on this journey to be able to deconstruct the real outcomes of coal phase-out, and we do that. So the other thing is, many people say, how can coal phase-out be green in the ASEAN taxonomy? It's green because it has to meet very strict criteria, and two of the really strict criteria is that it has to meet a IEA net zero outcome, or alternatively, and it also has to be part of a JETP or ETM type program. So the other thing I wanted to emphasize is that when we look at the transition taxonomy, like for ASEAN, we actually have it science-based. We use the IEA SDS line. So it is also important to continue building science-based approaches into this. Thank you, Chika.
Thank you, Eugene. So if I may conclude that the transition taxonomy is basically one of the key purpose of developing transition taxonomy is allowing transition finance to bridge between the traditional finance and the green finance, because as also mentioned by the panelists, that the transition finance goes beyond green finance. And in regards to that, Pak Henry, we just also knew that OJK has renewed the regulations of POJK 60 to the latest one, the POJK 18, that has just launched this month or last month. So this regulation regulate about the issuance of green finance and sukuk, and now it goes beyond that. It covers the sustainability products within the regulations. So Pak Henry, can you please share us a bit about the update in the POJK on the sustainable finance, and also what are the key features that drive this alignment to the transition taxonomy?
Yes. With regards to the regulation itself, as you mentioned, that it's basically similar to the taxonomy itself, in which previously it focuses on green aspects of the bonds itself. Now it has been expanded to include, for example, social aspect and other areas of which broaden the consideration of what the sustainable or green bond is. That's the main main revision of the regulation. The second is with respect to alignment itself to the taxonomy. So areas within the taxonomy will be aligned to the definition of what could be called sustainable or green bonds. Basically, this alignment is needed to provide clearer guidance, or basically a minimal standards in which it tries to handle the issues of, for example, greenwashing in that sense. So those are the two areas that are being revised in the new regulation. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay.
Thank you, Pak. So before I go back to Eugene, I want to ask Pak Dudi before to Eugene. So Pak Dudi, POJK 18, so this is the renewal of the POJK 60 on the green bonds. For the perspective of Ministry of Finance, is there any more efforts that can we take to harmonize all the sustainable finance policy in Indonesia, from the perspective of maybe enabling regulations, or maybe is there any incentive that can be tagged in to support the transition activities?
Yes, again, I mentioned about the Sustainable Finance Committee. That's one of the efforts of the government to align and harmonize regulations on sustainable finance among OJK, Central Bank, and Ministry of Finance. We understand that coordination among stakeholders in Indonesia should be enhanced, and we don't have currently a formal forum to convene those actors, regulators in one room. So we expect that by stating that into the law, and then that will be developed next year by a government regulation, we will have a formal venue or forum for regulators involving other stakeholders to harmonize regulations on sustainable finance, and of course the later development of sustainable finance in Indonesia through that forum. Well, the difference, the difficult one is, you know, those three institutions are more or less equal, and how do we manage that interaction and willingness to convene and then discuss the issue of sustainable finance and be able to give and take, you know, discuss and see from each other's policies and what can Ministry of Finance do to enhance sustainable finance, which I understand we are behind the OJK and Central Bank in sustainable finance. But by inserting that into the law, then the Minister of Finance is now on board, and we are aware of the role of the Minister of Finance to enhance sustainable finance. And at the moment, for example, we are doing a study on how the Minister of Finance can play a bigger role in enhancing sustainable finance in Indonesia, and we'll be able to take some of the findings of what the Ministry of Finance can do. Well, everybody always talks about incentives. If hear the word Minister of Finance, but that's exactly not only that, not only about incentive. One of the findings of the study is about developing the sustainable finance roadmap, which is a signal to the public, to the market, about what's the plan of the government in sustainable finance. That will give the market a clear picture, the clear policy of the government will do on sustainable finance. OJK has the roadmap at the moment, and I understand that the Central Bank has one as well. And again, Minister of Finance will have to develop a complementing roadmap from the perspective of Minister of Finance, and then those three will be combined into one document, managed and discussed in the Sustainable Finance Committee.
Thank you, Pak Dudi. So I have one last question for Eugene. We see that there are so many initiatives that have already been taken by the government of Indonesia, and can you also provide some of the successful initiatives that has been taking aboard after the launching of ASEAN Sustainable Finance Taxonomy? And also, what are the maybe policy signals or maybe key documents that can complement the transition taxonomies to help the transitions in the region?
That's a really excellent question because sometimes we forget that what we need to build is the ecosystem. And the way we look at it, and particularly I know the ASEAN Capital Markets Forum, of which OJK is a member, is that there are three pillars to this. So the first pillar is actually taxonomy. It gives us the common language. It helps people understand what investments and economic activities meet a sustainability definition and are aligned with policy commitments. The second is actually, while the taxonomy can give you the thresholds or the markers for a transition journey, every company is different. Every country is different. So there is a need to actually provide a frame for transition as well. So on October 17, under the leadership of OJK, the ASEAN Capital Markets Forum issued the ASEAN Transition Finance Guidance. Now, this guidance is actually broadly consistent with the GFAN's approach, but there is a slight tweak to it. Again, coming back to Pak Henry's point about contextualization, there is country and regional specificity built into this. So most of the guidances you see today are actually quite general. They are not very much regional or country specific. Secondly, a lot of them actually target 1.5. Now, the reality, coming back to what my fellow panelists are saying, is that not everyone in Southeast Asia can get to 1.5 today. And if those guys who are hoping to get to 1.5 don't have support across the supply chain, they're not going to get to 1.5 either. So the ASEAN Transition Finance Guidance specifically has a well below 2 category, because if you remember, the Paris Agreement is well below 2. And it has a third category of progressing, because there are people who have met a lot of the requirements of either a 1.5 transition journey or well below 2, but they haven't met all of them. But we want to encourage them. Again, coming back to this point, we should be encouraging people to come on, not discouraging them or punishing them. Remember, sustainable finance frameworks work best when they're encouraging, and as a last resort, they should be punitive. So we are trying to encourage people. So I think the ASEAN Transition Finance Guidance is a very important document in that it will start to help create pathways. It'll start to encourage people to create pathways to undertake that transition journey. And actually, since its launch, we have been approached by many international bodies and associations to either give clarifications on it, provide more briefing. They find it very interesting that perhaps this is the way to start encouraging people on. So you notice the similarity. The ASEAN taxonomy has tiers, and the ASEAN Transition Finance Guidance also has tiers. The real danger for us is that we have to prevent lock-ins and backloading, and both the ASEAN taxonomy and the ASEAN Transition Finance Guidance have those mechanisms in place. The third is obviously a disclosure effort, because without information, we can't make good decisions. So to make informed decisions that really help with the orientation of capital, we need information. Whether you are a bank, whether you are a CFO, whether you are an investor, you still need that information to decide. So there are many efforts. As you know, the ISSB has rolled up the alphabet soup. So IRC, SASB, CDP has gone into ISSB. So essentially now what you have is a very focused frame for investors and for financial decision making in the ISSB, and you have a wider frame in GRI. Obviously, ISSB and GRI have said that they will collaborate, and there was recently a training, ISSB training for Indonesia in Bali in conjunction with the ASEAN Capital Market Forum's meeting. So we need to build this. And lastly, I think back to Ibu Sri Mulyani's point, the effort that has been put into trying to get the supply and demand connected. I think Indonesia, in its G20 role and in its chair of ASEAN, has done a fabulous job in this, trying to really make transactions happen. So JETP is something which many people are looking forward to. I think the CIPP document has been very balanced and open about JETP. And this is something which might set a precedent on how blended finance can work.
Thank you so much, Eugene. So if I may conclude that the transition taxonomy is basically, this development are meant to streamline the guideline on which activities are aligned with the carbonization goals of each country. So it has to be contextualized, fit for purpose, and also country-led. Because our JETP, as you mentioned several times, Eugene, we developed the investment plan that is country-led and also aligned with the streamlining the sustainable finance. So we include the sustainable finance policy and also how we enact the transactions. And hopefully the transition taxonomy can also help to unlock the finance to help us achieve the target of JETP and also the NDC. Thank you so much, everyone. So I conclude this session for the panel 2. Thank you so much, Pak Henry, Eugene, and Pak Dudi for your very fruitful discussions. I'll give the floor back to Ms. Amelia. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us give them a big round of applause. Thank you so much to our dearest moderator and speakers. You may return to your seats. We'd like to specifically thank our speakers for sharing their great insights with all of us on the taxonomy transition or transition taxonomy in Indonesia. And I'd like to thank our moderator for illuminating this very subject, and I hope everyone has gained incredible insights from them. And ladies and gentlemen, just as the previous panel discussion, I'd like to kindly ask you to please scan the QR code that is on your tables to fill out the feedback forms after each panel discussion. Bapak Ibu sekalian, kami persilahkan untuk men-scan QR code yang ada di meja masing-masing untuk mengisi feedback form setelah setiap panel discussion. Untuk mengisi feedback formnya, your insights and your opinion is and your feedback is very valuable for us. And ladies and gentlemen, as we've now come to our much-deserved lunch break to refuel for our next session, as the day is still young and we still have more panel discussions ahead, as we also learn from our speakers and gain great insights from them, I'd like to welcome everyone to please enjoy the lunch that's served, and as you mingle with the great company that is around you. And don't forget to have an extra cup of coffee, as our next session will also be a very exciting one. And please be back here in the ballroom at 1:30 p.m. Terima kasih semuanya dan mohon untuk kembali ke ballroom jam 1:30. Terima kasih. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as our event will continue shortly, we'd like to invite everyone to please enter the ballroom and please be seated. Thank you. Bapak Ibu sekalian, karena acara selanjutnya akan segera kita mulai, kami persilahkan Bapak Ibu untuk memasuki ruangan ballroom dan menempati tempat duduk yang telah disediakan. Terima kasih. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as our next session will continue shortly, we'd like to invite everyone to please enter the ballroom and please be seated. Thank you. Bapak Ibu sekalian, karena acara selanjutnya akan segera kami mulai, kami persilakan Bapak Ibu untuk memasuki ruangan ballroom dan menempati tempat duduk yang telah disediakan. Terima kasih. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as our next session will begin shortly, we'd like to invite everyone to please enter the ballroom and please be seated. Thank you. Bapak Ibu sekalian yang kami hormati, karena acara selanjutnya akan segera kami mulai, kami persilakan Bapak Ibu untuk memasuki ruangan ballroom dan menempati tempat duduk yang telah disediakan. Terima kasih. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I truly hope that you've had an enjoyable lunch and had an extra cup of coffee, as well as I had the opportunity to network with the great company that is around you, because our next session will be a very productive one ahead. So, ladies and gentlemen, after we've already heard the speakers, of our high-level speakers, deliver and convey their messages, as well as the first and second panel discussion. Next, let us continue our day, our next agenda, with our third panel discussion entitled The Indonesian Carbon Exchange. So, ladies and gentlemen, today on a discussion on the Indonesian carbon exchange, allow me to tell you a little bit about our next session. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to kindly remind you that for those of you who have not scanned the QR code to fill out the feedback form yet, please do so, as your feedback is very valuable to all of us. So, ladies and gentlemen, on the discussion of the Indonesia carbon exchange. So this exploration is designed to educate the industry players, everyone here from the stakeholders to academia to practitioners, to focus on its main purpose of carbon exchange and the opportunity that it holds, a pivotal step towards a green transformation. And as they say, ladies and gentlemen, that when it is purposeful and there will be good profit. Therefore, furthermore, we will provide a comprehensive understanding as well on the Indonesia carbon exchange, carbon credits, and its purpose and its functions, and most importantly, also their significance in the broader context of climate change mitigation and environmental sustainability. So, moving on to this journey, allow me to tell you a little bit about our dear moderator whom will be illuminating this topic of Indonesia's carbon exchange. So, ladies and gentlemen, our moderator for this session is a senior managing consultant for climate policy, finance, and carbon market unit in South Pole. He has been working with various organizations ranging from multilateral and bilateral development partners, CSOs, and private sectors. He holds a master's degree in energy policy from Science and Policy Research Unit from University of Sussex of the United Kingdom. And recently, Bapak Ridwan is part of the South Pole team that are developing carbon methodology for early coal decommissioning and seeking the first pilot to be conducted here in Indonesia. He is now active in delivering training for public and private sectors that are interested in entering the carbon market, business, and industry. So without further ado, let us all welcome our moderator for the third panel discussion on stage, Bapak Ridwan Kurniawan of South Pole. Let us give him a big round of applause. Bapak Ridwan, so excited to have you moderate this event, and the time and stage is yours.
Thank you. Welcome to the first afternoon sessions today. As what you call this, today's this session we're talking about the carbon exchange, which recently launched. And today we will have 4 panels. 3 panels will arrive today offline here together with us, and 1 more will join online. So please allow me to invite our first panel, Pak Lofardi Hernanda. Round of applause for Pak Aldi. The second panelist is Pak Jeffrey Hendrik from Indonesia Stock Exchange. Pak Aldi is from OJK. The third panel is Ibu Kamia Handayani, EVP PLN. Everybody knows her. And joining online, Tian Yu Meng, carbon pricing specialist from the UN. Tian Yu? Hi. All right. So before we start the panel discussions, allow me to explain to you the great profile that we have here. Pak Lufaldi Hernanda is the Director of Financial Derivatives and Carbon Exchange Supervisions in Indonesia Financial Service Authority, or OJK. Before, he was the Director of OJK Institute, Director of Digital Asset Supervisions, South Asia Manager of Sustainability at Nike, Head of Sustainability and Digital at ERM, Director at Solester Industry, and Advisor at Bureau Veritas Indonesia. Pak Aldi earned certification as Lead Validator and Verifier of ISO 14064 for greenhouse gases, IRC AEMS Lead Auditor, certification in sustainability reporting, and many more, solidifying his status as a skilled leader in the industry. That's Pak Aldi, amazing profile indeed. The next panelist is Pak Jeffrey Hendrik. He is the Director of Business Development and Indonesia Stock Exchange, the IDX. Pak Jeffrey is highly experienced professional in the financial industry, obviously currently serving as the Business Development Director at the IDX since 2022. With a career spanning over 2 decades, Pak Jeffrey held the positions of President Director of PT Pintraco Securitas for an impressive 23 years, showcasing his leadership and expertise in the field. His journey in finance began in 1996 as PT Trans-Pacific Securindo, specializing in corporate finance, and then he later worked as an account officer at PT Zone Patrama from 1994 to 1996. Complementing his practical experience, Pak Jeffrey holds a Bachelor of Economic degree from the Faculty of Economics at Trisakti University, and his commitment to the industry is further evident through his role as member of Industry Advisory Panel for the Joint Sustainable Finance Working Group at ASEAN Capital Market Forum from 2023 to 2024. Round of applause for our 2 panels now. Now we have a mixed gender, which I need to really appreciate. We got 2 gentlemen and 2 amazing ladies. The first lady is actually Ibu Kamia Handayani. He's an EVP, Executive Vice President at PT PLN Persero. Ibu Kamia is a seasoned professional with 17 years of experience in the field of energy and climate change. She holds PhD from the University of Twente, and Ibu Kamia currently serves as the EVP, specifically on the division called Energy Transition and Sustainability at PLN. In this role, she plays a key part in formulating PLN strategies and consolidating its progress in energy transition and sustainability. Some of Ibu Kamia's notable achievements in PT PLN include crafting the net zero emission roadmap, very important one, conducting trials and implementing carbon trading for power generation, and launching the TCFD. Again, applause for Ibu Kamia. And our final ladies as the panelist is Tian Yu Meng. Tian Yu is a carbon pricing market specialist at the UN, where she provides high-level climate policy advice to UN senior management, lead carbon pricing and carbon market portfolio across UN and intergovernmental collaboration. From 2020 to 2023, Tian Yu was a carbon pricing specialist at UNDP Asia Pacific and provided technical advice and assistance to the carbon pricing and carbon market design or assessment of countries like Vietnam, Indonesia, Cambodia, Bangladesh, and the Philippines, including Thailand as well. In that capacity, she also led the G20 carbon pricing study, supporting by the G20 presidency of Indonesia. So this is the 4 panelists that we have today. And please allow me to start the Q&A, because we will have a simple question and answer. And if you don't mind, Pak Aldi, I'll start with you. So our first question, Pak, is obviously we have to congratulate Indonesia Carbon Exchange and OJK as it's finally we have our first Indonesia Carbon Exchange. This is a significant development, right? So could you please then provide an overview of the exchange key objectives and its role in advancing carbon trading and emission reduction efforts in Indonesia?
Okay, thank you, Pak Edwan, and hello, everyone. So it's very straightforward question. So pretty much the answer will be the carbon exchange that we literally develop immediately. For completing the whole ecosystem needed for the NDC program of the government. So when it comes like achieving NDC, it's not easy for everybody. From the industry, from the country, from regional perspective, as well as for the global perspective. And in this case, it's very clear the message from the top leadership, within the OJK and all the ministries and also the institutions, the National Coordination Ministry as well. It's very important that we build the strong ecosystem of the carbon economic value. And then the carbon exchange is only one part of the big part of the ecosystem. And then why the carbon exchange is also very important, because we want also to be like a global player. Because we are not talking, when it comes like a climate change, we are not talking only for Indonesia. So we have to think regionally and as well as the support to global. So by having this first ever carbon exchange in Indonesia, hopefully we can accommodate and help and support the industry that also can achieve the net zero, as well as the regional and as well as the global. Yeah. So that's the big picture of the carbon exchange.
Okay, so domestic first, then regional, then global.
Yes.
That was the vision. So it's not just the domestic only transaction focus here, Pak. Great, thank you. So as the first sessions now, we are now discussing about what is existing. We have already an operating carbon exchange, and meanwhile we have Pak Jeffrey here, right? Happy to continue the questions to Pak Jeff, especially in regards to the exchange that recently launched. So the question is like, if now Pak Aldi mentioned that we want to achieve the NDC target, right? And Indonesia is now trying to reduce 43% of emission by 2030. It's big target. Yet, how then you envision that your carbon exchange, Pak, could facilitate specific, a concrete climate project and emission reduction in Indonesia?
Okay. Indonesia Stock Exchange, we have the experience to conduct orderly, fair, and efficient trade for securities. And in Indonesia, the carbon units considered as securities.
Yeah.
So we in Indonesia Stock Exchange, we already have the experience to conduct the trade. And one of the purpose of the existence of our carbon exchange is, of course, to encourage more green financing project.
Okay.
And how they can optimize the value of the incentive of the, as Pak Aldi mentioned before, the carbon economic value is through the exchange.
Okay.
So they can optimize the incentive of their green financing projects through our exchange. That is the main purpose, and how the existence of our carbon exchange can benefit for the project owners.
Okay, so follow-up questions in the sense. So you're saying that now there are some climate mitigation projects, and it needs green finance, and how then somehow the transaction in form of securities could then support the implementations of that project in real. How then this connect in your views, Pak?
Okay, as I mentioned before, that Indonesia Stock Exchange, we also can help the project owners to raise fund, even through the equity or bond side. And the proceed of the fund, they can use it for financing the project, and the result from the project later as the carbon units can be traded in our carbon exchange.
Yeah, so you're saying that the project will only able to produce the securities in form of certificates if the project is there.
Yes.
And once the project's there, you got certificates, they can then connected to the finance world if they want to do the transaction in the exchange, then connect the project, the finance to the project. Yeah. So I think this is moving to a more concrete discussions. Right now we have Ibu Kamia, which practically is one of the, you can say, the active players in the zone, in the area. So Ibu, with PLN trying, is trying to participate in the Indonesia carbon exchange, right? And it a study said it potentially could open nearly 1 million tons of CO2 credits, right? In the sense, let's the first time, I mean, how then this 1 million tons of CO2 project that you can say could then contribute to accelerating Indonesia energy transition then with the finance connecting to Pak Cik.
First of all, thank you so much for having me here. So if we look at Indonesian NDC, we can see that for the energy sector, we have to reduce around 358 millions of CO2, and 127 is actually coming from the power sector.
Yes.
And RUPTL, RUPTL 2021 to 2030 is actually mentioned in the NDC as measures to achieve Indonesian NDCs from the power sector, and it is mentioned 20.9 gigawatt of renewable capacity, and also the addition of gas power plants and also more efficient coal technology. So if we look at the Muara Karang power plant, which has issued around 1 million ton of CO2 SPA, emission reduction certificate, which we are now already registered under the IDX carbon. This is actually part of Indonesian NDC, because Indonesian NDC, as mentioned, include also the use of gas to replace the baseline, which is coal or grid, or even grid. Even if we compare to the grid, because Indonesian grid currently still around 67% consists of coal, it's already reduced emissions if we use the gas combined cycle. Gas itself already reduced around 50% emissions compared to coal. Right. And then with combined cycle power plant like Muara Karang, it further reduce emissions because it utilizes the exhaust waste from the gas power plant, because it still has like waste heat that we use to generate 50% more electricity. So with the amount of gas fuel use, we can generate more electricity. So the emission reduction from combined cycle power plant is quite huge in this case. So this is also aligned with PLN net zero emissions roadmap, which is the first one. We want to switch from a high carbon power generation to clean power generation. But also we also, on the downstream, we also want to support the carbonization of other sector. So by registering this emission reduction from our clean electricity productions, we can also support other companies who want to reduce their emissions by purchasing emission reduction certificate. And actually, for Muara Karang, I think this is the first project in Indonesia that utilize all the infrastructure of Indonesian carbon trading. Yeah, like we use when we prepare the drum, the dokumen rancangan aksi mitigasi, we use local consultant, and then we use local validation and verification agency, and we register under the SRN PPN, which is Indonesian's registry system. Previously, we also have several projects that we registered under international standard, well, under the VERA registry. Mm-hmm. So we have VCS projects, and it's already like traded internationally, and we have issued around 8 million ton of carbon reduction certificate or carbon credits. But this you'll utilize the international mechanism. Yeah. But for Muara Karang, it is like the first project in Indonesia that really utilize all the Indonesian system that domestic currently have. So, so we know that eventually the infrastructure of carbon trading in Indonesia is actually can be utilized. This is proved by the establishment of SPA from Muara Karang power plant.
That's very interesting. So for everyone that probably knew about the business here is that carbon credits usually able, as what we explained, right? It only be able to be created if we have a concrete project ongoing. And as what Ibu Kamia mentioned, that is, as long as the project is mentioned in the NDC, then that means the climate mitigation action is being done. And to award that climate reductions, then it can create a certificates where the one who are willing to support that energy transition effort mentioned in the NDC, they can buy the credits via the markets that is developed by Pak Jeffrey's team, supervised by Pak Aldi teams. So that's the exact summary of our first round of discussion. But it's interesting to see that we have Tian Yu here, where she can see, where is the international best practice out there. And Tian Yu, you can see that now Indonesia is trying to at least create its own domestic system of carbon creditings, from end to end, right? From the generations of SPE, now we have the system, until now we have the Indonesia Carbon Exchange. So in your experience, what do you see, how do you see this case? Do you see what will be the opportunity if this grow big? And if it's grow big, what will be the challenge that you can foresee for the domestic scheme that Indonesia is trying to develop? Over to you, Tian Yu.
Yeah. Thanks very much. My understanding of your question actually has different aspects. So there are opportunities and challenges of this implementing this domestic carbon market. So I think, as we know, carbon market or the ETS creates the essential price signal to incentivize emission reduction and also switch to or invest in low carbon technologies and energies, as well as raise revenues for government. Carbon markets itself involves various stakeholders such as government, compliance entities, verifiers, financial institutions, exchanges, intermediaries, brokers, consulting firms, offset project developers, etc., etc. So we can see carbon market, this domestic carbon market creates new ecosystem. It creates more jobs, more industries, enables finance, technology, human resources, and all efforts towards no carbon transitions. And all stakeholders in this ecosystem can benefit, right? So for instance, the government can generate revenues and it can generate emission reduction of the whole society more cost effectively. Compliance entities can reduce emissions with the least cost. Verifiers have more business to do. Investors can invest into new type of assets, which is carbon assets. So there are many opportunities there. So in terms of the challenges, because we know the apart from those stakeholders, we know the carbon market has many fundamental elements, such as the cap, the allowances, the MRV, the trading, the compliance, etc. So challenges come from every angle, I would say, particularly for a fast developing, emerging economy like Indonesia. For instance, we need to consider, is the emission database robust enough, which is the foundation for all, for a cap setting, for allowances method calculation, and how to set the cap and distribute allowances to ensure reduced emission while not compromise the industry competitiveness, and how to ensure the MRV system function robustly, how to expand coverage when we encounter the industry boycott. This is very easy to see in many other carbon markets. And also how to design, like just a colleague mentioned, design the carbon credits of offset policies, which complement the domestic ETS, domestic carbon compliance carbon market, while also not flooding the domestic carbon, this compliance market, right? So how to coordinate carbon market policies with other, let's say, economic and energy policies, particularly like Indonesia now has new mechanisms such as JP, and how to facilitate the carbon cost pass-through, and how to incentivize liquid market. I think that's the basic opportunities and challenges regarding implementing carbon markets. Yeah, that's from my side. Happy to discuss in detail. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Tian Yu. It's indeed a complex issue. Yes, there is no debate. The benefit is there. The opportunity is big. Indonesia want to reap it. That's why the government is committed to develop its own scheme, right? Now the challenge, as what Tianyu mentions, despite the MRV, is basically to ensure that the certificates produced or allowance produced in the system, in the first primary market, is robust, right? Now, that question, I see Pak Aldi smiling, because then this is leading to SOJK, right? The one who supervised the transaction, or basically the one that will later monitor the transaction in the IDX, Indonesia Carbon Exchange. What's OJK envisions on this, Pak? How OJK role within its own limitation, obviously, help to improve the integrity of the unit transacted in the exchange?
Okay, it's very good topic of discussion actually, and we can spend, I don't know, maybe
a day,
like 1 month to discuss this. Yeah, I mean it's always have been like discussion and always been very interesting topics. By the way, just to clarify, when it comes like the roles of OJK, yeah, by the law number 4, 2023, it's very clear the responsibility of OJK is kind of giving the license and also supervising only the secondary market.
Yep.
Yeah. While the primary market actually managed and regulated by the related ministries, in this case the environment ministries and friends. Yeah. So that's pretty much the role and responsibility. However, I mean, among all the regulators, we've been talking about this like since the beginning of the design of this concept, and then it's like everyone's concerns. And again, I mean, from the OJK perspective, we definitely have to support the accountability, the transparency, you know, all the like requirements of the very solid unit carbon. And in this case, we keep continuing this. And then don't forget, if we refer to the EU, for example, they've been doing like almost, I don't know, 17 to 18 years and still ups and downs. The Korean ETS as well, it's like almost 8 to 9 years and then still ups and downs. And our baby was just born like 1 month and 2 weeks ago. So it's like a way to go. But however, in terms of the supporting the transparency, accountability, you know, and also the efficiency, I can see the vision is there. For example, we have dedicated national register system owned by the SRNPPI. And that's the one system. And then when it comes like the MRV, we also BSN, don't forget, the third party accreditation body that can also provide the regulation to the other third party LVV. So I think in terms of the conflict of interest, we can see that it's very clear and we are very safe on that case because we have different system, we have different entities, and also we have different roles and responsibility. And again, as I mentioned to you before, related to the secondary market, that's the OJK role. Yeah, and then that's the basic foundation, and I think we have fulfilled all the basic requirements.
Yep.
But the big question, of course, what's next, of course, right? And then, for example, when it comes to like the opportunity, what we see is like we have one of the biggest country that has the forest, right? So the central government see that's also a big opportunity for Indonesia to become like a big supplier, in this case, from the nature-based beside the energy. Yeah, so that's pretty much from the supply perspective. Yeah, and then that's from the accuracy, transparency requirements. And then we also have appointed IDX Carbon. So all these different entities, it's actually part of the whole ecosystem. And then from what I can see as of today, we have a very clear border. So there is no such of potential of the conflict of interest in that case. Yeah, so that's the big picture of the ecosystem. And then one final question will be like, next. And then again, when it comes to the supporting the global, we also have to be able to accommodate and also to talk with the international. So then what are the requirements of the international? So then we can adopt and also can fulfill the requirements. So then we can also be part of the big picture of the global. Yeah.
Okay, interesting. So you're saying that all the system that at least develop in the primary kind of area, be it SPE-GRK for offsetting, or the ETS in coal-fired power plant in form of PTBA-EPU, that's two different units for everyone. You Google it, you'll see. Sorry for the alphabet mumble jumble. But OJK has ensured that all of this product generated from the system is transparent enough, free of conflict of interest. Thus, it is shows enough environmental integrity in it.
Yes.
That
One quick addition on that. As Pak Jeffrey and we are also aware that the unit carbon in Indonesia is considered as securities, and then OJK we've been doing supervising the securities for more than 10 years. So there's no such of very special case in treating the unit carbon. So we are using the same system, which is already proven. So then the supervision scheme and function and program it's there. So there is no such of new big things for us. So yeah, I think we're in the good phase.
Yeah. So we're confident that we can move forward, especially connecting to the international world, telling to the world that yes, we're new, we're still baby, but we're about to grow big. As usual of Indonesian, right? I mean, we're having baby and then we're telling that you will be a doctor, you will be an engineer, right? That's what usually what people say. So I probably to Pak Jeff, right? As Pak Aldi mentioned that the vision is then growing big, connect IDX carbon exchange to the world, to the international fora. And Tian Yu mentioned that the ecosystem is pretty complex, right? It's not just in domestic. Maybe we are now creating a small new ecosystem in Indonesia, but then it's big out there. Now, knowing all of this, Pak Jeff, what's currently thinking in your part in IDX to then connect this domestic system to the international ecosystem out there?
Okay, maybe I need to explain, as you mentioned, how small are we? Or maybe how big are we actually?
Yeah.
If we can recall a chief of OJK, Pak Mahendra Siregar, address to the president at the launching of IDX Carbon. He reported to the president, Mr. President, in our neighbor country, they need at least 2 years to prepare their first carbon exchange. While in Indonesia, we only need 8 months to launch our carbon exchange.
Like a round of applause for that, everyone. That is real hard work. You don't know what's behind, we know.
And maybe I need to continue that report. That as per mid of October, it means like around 10 working days after the launching of our carbon exchange, what we achieved is around 460,000 tons equivalent, which is triple what our neighbor achieved in 10 months. So maybe that can give us a picture how big is our potential. Okay. And okay, we are not waiting until our ecosystem, as you mentioned, our ecosystem become perfect. We are open for domestic, we are open for foreign, we are open for international. What we have right now in our ecosystem, as per today, we have 901 listed companies in our exchange. We have 11.9 investors. That's our ecosystem now. And all of, at least most of our listed company need to submit their sustainability report every year.
There you go.
They can use our carbon exchange as part of their sustainability strategy.
Target,
Okay, that's what we are doing right now. how we persuade, how we encourage our listed company to join the ecosystem of our carbon exchange. And of course, we are very ready and very prepared if Pak Aldi open the gate for our foreign participants.
There you go.
And if we read clearly, or if we read carefully in Pak Aldi's regulation, POJK regulation number 14, even in that regulation, our carbon exchange already prepared as international hub.
Yes.
Where foreign carbon units can be listed in our IDX carbon and traded here in Indonesia. So I really believe how big is our future.
Thank you, Pak Jeff. There is a little bit nudge there, right? It will be a nice discussions between the one who provide the permit and anything. But this is relevant information, really, Pak Jeff. And people are queuing, to be honest, Pak Aldi. And I bet one of them is PLN, right? PLN is not only having domestic credits, but also have international certified credits. So the players are not only PLN. Many players that already develop a project have that credits. And they are waiting if they can do the transaction in the IDX. And Pak Jeffrey is waiting. So any response to this, Pak Aldi, on when, or is it like, let's wait, be patient, anything, any response for this?
Shall we do this here?
Yes.
Well, yeah, it's always like been very interesting topics again. I mean, but in the beginning that I clearly mentioned the role and responsibility of OJK. So this is the secondary and this one is the primary. And I totally agree with Pak Jeffrey, and that's why the POJK 14 also SEOJK 12 considering the international in the secondary. But don't forget there are regulators on the primary, okay? And within, I mean, when it comes to like the international trading, I would say secondary market ready.
Yes.
But the next question is, you know, whether the primary ready. You know, that's
that's the question mark.
Big question. So I think next time we can invite the regulatory, you know, team here for for
a discussion, right? Yeah, and we have Ibu Sri Mulyani here, committed to the effort.
Okay,
and
cool. Yeah.
She could inform to the technical ministries, both Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Energy, coordinating Ministry of Maritime Affairs, to really talking about how to then increase the primary market health.
Sure.
Then the secondary could grow big as the potential issues.
Absolutely, yeah.
Right.
One quick addition into that I believe Pak Jeffrey already mentioned earlier that the instruction from Pak President, it was very clear. Yeah, there are like 5 instructions, and one of them related to the international. And again, I mean, not trying to push the primary regulators, but in this case, yes, we need to move forward.
Okay. Okay. But let's probably it's a lot for us to talk about selling our credit to the international market, but more of like, what if there is an international product want to be sold in the carbon exchange? Well, there is a possibility right now. Is it allowed? Can be done?
Yeah, it can.
It can.
Yeah.
Okay. It's clear, guys. So
yeah, it's very clearly in SEOJK number 12. You guys can see there's like opportunity for international, unit carbon international product, and as the seller and also buyer from the international. So it's very clear. But there is a very small requirements in the SEOJK saying like, yes, it can, but need to, need coordination with the Ministry of Environment.
Okay.
But it can.
So it's possible.
Yeah, it's possible.
Under the strong coordinations with key ministries,
Yes,
which in this
something
case MOEF.
Can do.
Makes sense. Thank you, Pa. So let's move to the practical, because this is what happened in the transactions, right? Now, coming to the project owners like PLN, Ibu Kamia, we understand that you tried your best in doing great in the transition, and that's what PLN is working on, especially in this team today's transition work. So in your case, Ibu, in the developing that project, obviously we understand there are some challenges and obstacles, but what are they? What did you do? How did you solve this? So then at least one case we have Muara Karang, or maybe we have more coming. What are the obstacles and what did you do to solve it?
I think it was also mentioned here earlier about the MRV. So I think one of the challenges is also in terms of MRV because as Aldi mentions that, for example, the validations and verification agencies should be accredited by CAN.
Yes.
To make sure its independency and credibility. Yeah. But currently we have limited numbers of verifier and validator of emission reductions activities in Indonesia. And also I think in terms of transaction costs, we should differentiate between large-scale project and small-scale project. For example, for Muara Karang, it is located in Jakarta. It's close to the locations of the validator and verificator, so its transaction cost, we can say that it's okay.
Cheaper, yeah.
But we also have under pipeline the project, small-scale project of hydropower in Papua with less amount of emission reductions. But the transaction cost is quite higher compared to Muara Karang because we have to pay our validator and verificator to travel also to these locations. I mean, with the amount of the cost, the higher cost, but it results in lower emission reduction. So it also will affect the financial feasibility of these emission reductions. And second, also on the demand itself, because I think we need some like push to increase the demand for the carbon credits. For example, we have this Muara Karang with 1 million ton, but we also, with the help of IDX, we have been having some discussions and FGD with potential buyers. But I think in this case, we still need more encouragement to the other sectors to want to buy these carbon credits generated by our project.
By the domestic.
Yeah.
Interesting. So we're back to ground, right? We have a big mission, we have big vision, it's growing, but concretely on the field, the price varies could a lot from Jakarta-based project to a Papua-based project, meaning that it's not always cheap to create a carbon project. Thus, pricing matters a lot, and pricing came from demand. And the demand needs some push. Is that what you're saying, Ibu? Right? Interesting. And somehow, Pak Jeffrey already indicated some of the push from the demand that could be made, and that is actually allowing Indonesian company in their sustainability report buying SPA credits to meet the target. That was one of the solutions that proposed by Pak Jeffrey. Is that within OJK's realm to work on this, or is actually getting back to the other officials, Pak Aldi?
Yeah.
Sorry to put you on the spot, but
it's another hot topic again.
It is.
Yeah, it's still I would say it's a big opportunity there.
Yes.
But we have to be very careful when it comes like a new standard. All I'm saying is like this is something new for all of us, right? And then we have what we call the national standard. In fact, that we haven't developed any unit carbon accounting standard nationally. So I think it's still under discussion within the OJK and also the related regulators and all the institutions. And do hopefully again this new baby born can also grow fast. And then I agree with all the participants here. It's big opportunity for all of us, and we see that, and then we are on the way.
Great. Yeah. That means feedback accepted, Pak Jeff. So I think this get back to Tian Yu as looking at the international best practice out there, right? Especially on this demand creation and demand push, Tian Yu. Is there any probably you can share your experience at other countries that may be more or less the same like Indonesia in the Southeast Asia or any Asia country. It's up to you actually, or maybe other country in Latin America or maybe in Europe that trying their best to push the demand so then they can really, there is really a strong demand for the credits created. Probably a hint for you like specific compliance on tax, on carbon tax, or ETS system. That was what I heard. What do you think? Any hints here, Tian Yu?
Yes, thanks for this question. I think it's as all the speakers, also panelists mentioned, if we focus on carbon credits now, the demand is very important because if there's no demand, the supply cannot find a market. So normally we see different demand resources, for instance, in the compliance carbon market, right? So you set a certain percentage, for instance, 5, 10, 15%. Percentage that those compliance entities can use carbon credits or offsets to use. And also now we see, and also in carbon tax, like we know, for instance, in South Africa, it implements carbon tax. It also allows carbon credits to compensate a certain emission reduction obligations. And particularly under this, there are also many voluntary needs, and many companies they commit they want to reduce emissions, but some of the emissions are unabated because based on technology, based on their financial resources, so they might need the carbon credits. And also in terms of country, as particularly now we see under Article 6.2, there are many already not necessarily trading, but arrangement in place. Like we see, for instance, Switzerland as a buyer, and South Korea as a buyer, and many developed countries, they still have a certain needs. Having said that, I also need to slightly point out this. Based on the scrutiny in the international community, carbon credits usage now is more tricky as general because more and more companies would, or let's say the government or the international communities would encourage first and foremost prioritize the emission reduction. And you cannot say the carbon credits you used as your emission reduction goal. You only use them beyond your value chain. I think that's a very strong signal here. It's worth noticing. Yeah. Thanks. Thanks. That's my
Thank you,
response.
Tian Yu. I think it's pretty clear. Several pointers here, if I may able to rephrase for you, Paldi. I mean, if you are from the international best practice for you to be able to make the sustainability reporting viable or having buying credits, it's the claims matters a lot here. And Tian Yu mentioned the best practice is a beyond value chains claim. So it's not necessarily meant that you are emitting carbon, you buying credit, then case closed. It's not like that anymore. The claim can only be done if they already done the existing effort in the emission reductions efforts, and then the hard to abate one buying credits for it, right? And that will be outside of beyond. So I think that is the first key. But there are a second thing that we need to know as well, that pushing the demand is not only for a corporate buyers, but now we have Article 6 that is the new game changer. The buyer now is a country. Country to achieve their NDC, they can buy credits as a Kyoto, sorry, not Kyoto, generated by Kyoto now in Paris Agreement, right? So in this regards, Pak Jeffrey, in your sense, there are Paris Agreement, there are Kyoto Protocol, there are credits specifically designed for NDC target called the ITMOs. How do you foresee this in the growth of the Indonesia Stock Exchange, carbon exchange, I meant, in your point of view?
So as I mentioned before, that we are very much optimistic about the future of our carbon exchange. But as Pak Aldi mentioned before, that this regulation segregation is also clear. OJK mandate us in Indonesia Carbon Exchange only to conduct the trading of secondary market.
Okay.
So it might not in our territory to express what our opinion about the primary market, about how or when or who can be the international buyer, or how we can interpret Article 6.
Yeah.
So that's far beyond our pay grade.
Okay.
But as Pak Aldi mentioned before, okay, and I like the analogy of Pak Aldi using the newborn baby. Yeah, if we see the POJK regulation number 14, our infrastructure, our system, and our regulation set for the secondary market, we not only prepare a room or a house for this newborn baby, but we already prepare a huge mansion for this newborn baby. So maybe that's my comment for your question, Pak Ridwan.
Interesting, and it's fine, but it's not always everything is on idea expert. The baby born is already a great achievement, and we have to congratulate that. And as usual, Indonesian, we're not patient enough to see the baby and being a very successful person in the future, right? And that's always becomes the discussions. And yeah, so an Article 6 transaction is one of them, right? And people wait to do that. Now, probably, if I'm allowed to get back to Ibu Kamia, in regards to this may be out of the question list, Ibu, but in continuations to an Article 6 project preparation, for example, should then later the first market allowed the transaction to be happening in the IDX, right, in the carbon exchange. Do you have any vision in your mind as PLN as an asset owner playing around in this Article 6 business? And if any, could you please explain it to us?
Yes, actually, as I mentioned, we have also some projects that certified under international standard. And currently for the vintage of 2022, I think we have to freeze the issuance because of there is not yet clear regulations regarding the trading between countries in our existing regulation. So we have not issued new credits since 2022. And also probably from our side, because we understand and we aware that all the projects that are within our planning, our investment planning within our RUPTL is already dedicated for NDC. So we understand that it should be for emission reductions of Indonesia.
Yeah.
So if there is any, if there is any transfer to other country, we have to have this authorizations from the Ministry of Environment in this case, whether it is allowed or not.
Yeah.
For example, probably I think you all aware on JCM between Indonesia and Japan.
Yeah.
So project developer that is requesting subsidy to the Japanese government, they have to get some credits from this JCM for the Japanese government. But in this case, because all the RUPTL projects is
within the
already within the NDC, that we cannot give it directly to them. So it has to be under the authorizations of Ministry of Environment. So I think this should be very clear, yeah. And in our case, if for example there is authorization to transfer credits to other country, and there is a shortage of NDC, we cannot directly replace by other project because it's not that easy to replace, to add new plants. We have to see
assessment
whether the system will there be a demand, for example. If there is demand, of course we can add new power plant. But if not, or even if the demand reduce, then we cannot add new power plants to replace the one that credit has been given to other country. So probably other sector can replace this, probably from forestry or from industrial sector. So this is something that I think we have to think about.
Very interesting thought, but it's more of like PLN is ready. PLN know how to meet the international standard, as you guys are one of the veterans in the carbon trading transaction before the baby born. But then the scheme must be clear, right? And whether it's allowed, as now all PLN effort is within the scope of NDC, and there is what we call an NDC risk of oversell. If we sell the ITMO, then probably Indonesia might not be able to achieve its own NDC target, which is counterproductive, right? That's the thing we have to really consider. Now, probably that's outside of the world, and let's get back to the baby, right? Where we want it to grow. There are, again, because we're now discussing, Pa Aldi, on how to make the baby grows, despite now from the demand side. But now let's talk about on the supply side. I mean, within the POJK 14, we saw that there are emphasis of green and sustainable bonds in it. So any other of environmental attributes product or even other products is allowed to have a transaction despite of the credits. So we're not talking about credits, but we're talking about other environmental attributes. Because if there is any, those can create some more supply for Pak Jeffrey to offer to the market, right? Any visions or current thinking on this, Pak?
Yeah, sure. If you are aware that we just stipulated the revised version of the POJK 60, which is we stipulated the POJK 18. I think it was last month. So we were trying to accommodate the bigger options. I mean, in the case of bonds, yeah. So by having this POJK, the new one, the revised version, we are not only talking about the green bonds. So they're kind of the sustainability bonds, including the green, the social bonds, you know, the biodiversity. So we literally wanted to complete the whole ecosystem, not only related to the carbon. As per your question earlier, that this one of the evidence that we are not only talking about like one specific sector, but we actually are seeing a big picture. And then, you know, by doing this step by step and by hearing from all the stakeholders, I think that's part of the journey that we want to go. Yeah, so.
So you're saying that it's now allowed, as long as it's ready, as long as it's ready,
Yep.
there is a product,
Yep.
There is other environmental attributes such as biodiversity credits or plastic credits or anything social
Social bonds, yeah.
social bonds,
Yep.
just transition credits.
Yeah.
That is
Why not?
allowed to be part of the transaction. Sounds like a good news to you, Pak Jeff? Oh yes, I see a strong nods, everyone. So yeah, that's kind of the discussions I would love to discuss with this amazing panel here. Tian Yu, sorry, we got only 1 minute 30 seconds left. I'm about to have a final questions to you. If you can deliver it quickly. If you have the best country for reference in policy making, Tian Yu, for Indonesia in growing the baby out, what country do you can recall and why? And yeah.
Thanks, but I think before answering this question, may I just confirm, when you say the baby, you mean the carbon credits? Or you also mean
The carbon, the stock exchange, the carbon stock exchange.
Okay. I think that's a great question. Certainly, I don't think I have a very explicit answer on that. But I don't think all the countries' experience can be referred. Particularly, Indonesia is very developing very fast, and its economy is developing fast, and also it's restructuring its all the policies. Therefore, I think it itself also needs to constantly innovate. And what I think important would be, it needs to not only coming up with these innovations in solutions itself, it also needs to rapidly respond to international carbon policies. For instance, we see the EU's unilateral CBAM, we see the international carbon market under Article 6. I think
Yeah.
all those things no country has experienced. Every country needs to create and innovate themselves. Also, just may I quickly respond because you asked a lot of panelists on the ITMO. ITMO actually is not very unified credits, right? The ITMO itself has different varieties. It could be emission reduction, it could be renewable certificate. Therefore, and also it's more like country to country collaboration or trading. Therefore, I personally, I hardly think there is ITMO credits will be traded by exchange. But of course, there is not space to play. But we remain observe on that. Yeah.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you, Tiang Yu. And please give a round of applause for the panelists here. It was very fruitful discussion. Sorry for that, time's up. But please allow me to have one concluding remarks. As what we kind of discussed, everybody's congratulated us and we want to reach the biggest carbon exchange ever as what we want to envision, and we have a big potential on it. But however, for it to grow, it is dependent on the primary market, as this is a secondary market transaction. And for the primary market for it to grow based on real experience from PLN and also other country that you mentioned, is that it needs both push and pull policy, that the supply is now being considered. Other environmental attributes are willing to be traded for the demand based on certifications and claims, and as well as it's being considered. So I think the government is taking a very lot of feedbacks from all the partners and trying its best to make the baby grow further for everyone. So I think that's where we are. Excited, but yes, we are yet to see a big transaction, but yeah. Again, round of applause for everyone. The carbon exchange is going to be big, and yeah, thank you. I'll offer back to the MC.
Thank you very much, Pariwan. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let us give them a big round of applause. Thank you so much to all of our wonderful speakers for sharing your great expertise and knowledge with all of us on the subject of Indonesia's carbon exchange. And thank you very much, Pak Riwan, for eloquently, very excitingly to moderate this illuminating session. And I hope everyone has gained great insights from them. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have one more session, which is one more panel discussion of the day, the fourth and also the last panel discussion of the day of the Indonesia International Conference for Sustainable Finance and Economy. So moving on from the subject of Indonesia's carbon exchange, let us move on to our next subject on the tools to support our transition. So ladies and gentlemen, on the tools to support our transition plan, allow me to tell you a little bit about our moderator who will be illuminating this very subject. So she is the Indonesia Director of Climate Policy Initiative, and she leads a team of analysts in providing in-depth studies on climate finance effectiveness as well as policy innovations. With a legal background in environmental law, she specializes in public policy concerning land use and climate finance. And since joining in 2014, she has played a pivotal role in establishing the Indonesia office and led various projects, including studies on land productivity and Indonesia's Village Fund and oil palm in East Kalimantan or East Borneo. She also contributes her expertise to the Indonesian Ministry of Forestry and Environment and as well as the Ministry of Finance in establishing an environmental fund public services agency. And she is a sought-after speaker at major events and serves as the executive director of the Indonesia Plastic Bag Diet Movement that is recognized by the UN Environment as a global ocean hero in 2018. Prior to CPI, she practiced as a corporate attorney in Jakarta, specializing in natural resources and forestry law, and worked at the office of the Special Staff of the President. And she holds a Master of Law from Harvard Law School and a Bachelor of Law from Universitas Indonesia with a focus on environmental law and climate change. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to welcome our moderator on stage, Ibu Tiza Mafira of Climate Policy Initiative. Ibu Tiza, so happy to have you here. I know it's a little slippery. The floor and time is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the comprehensive introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to the fourth and the last session for today's Indonesia International Conference for Sustainable Finance and Economy. Thank you for staying the whole event. I know that it's been really interesting with lots of really interesting panels. And this last one is also going to be very interesting. So without further ado, let me call upon my distinguished panel of speakers. The first one, Ibu Cecilia Anggadewi Harun, welcome to the stage, Ibu Cecilia. Ibu Cecilia is Director of Macroprudential Policy Department at Bank Indonesia. Our second speaker is Yuki Yasui, Managing Director of the Asia Pacific Network of the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, or GFANZ. Our third speaker is Pak Heru Gautama Hatman, Executive Director of Global Corporate Banking, DBS. Welcome, Pak Heru. And our fourth speaker is Ibu Elvia Shauki, member of the Financial Accounting Standards Board and Comprehensive Corporate Reporting Task Force of the Institute of Indonesia Chartered Accountants, or IAI. Welcome. I will introduce my distinguished speakers one by one, but first a round of applause for everybody on this stage. Welcome. So Ibu Cecilia Anggadewi Harun is Director at the Macroprudential Policy Department of Bank Indonesia. She specializes in macroprudential policy frameworks, systemic risks, and stress test models. And she once represented Bank Indonesia in chairing the Framework Working Group of the G20 Finance Track. Thank you for being here, Bu Cecilia. Ms. Yuki is the director overseeing the Asia Pacific Network for GFANZ, which was launched in June 2022. Prior to joining GFANZ, she was at the UNEP Finance Initiative for 20 years. Wow, 20 years is a long commitment. And she represented UNEP FI at all three major sustainability reporting initiatives, GRI, IIRC, and SASB, so very relevant for today's topic. And she is also a qualified chartered accountant in the UK with ICAEW and trained and worked at PricewaterhouseCoopers. Thanks for being here, Ms. Yuki. Pak Heru Gautama is Executive Director of Global Corporate Banking at DBS Bank Indonesia. He has more than 20 years of experience in corporate banking, and prior to joining DBS, Pak Heru has had broad experience in leading global banks, including JP Morgan Chase, Rabobank, and UOB Indonesia. Welcome, Pak Heru. And Ibu Elvia Shauki, a member of the Financial Accounting Standards Board, the Task Force for Comprehensive Corporate Reporting at IAI since December 2020, also a lecturer in accounting at the Faculty of Economics and Business at the University of Indonesia, and also serves as a lecturer at the University of South Australia and is a guest lecturer in the postgraduate accounting program at Erlangga University. Very impressive, Bu Elvia. We look forward to learning from you and being your students here in this room. Well, today we're going to be talking about transition tools, and we know that for Indonesia, at least 1/3 of banks that we surveyed back in 2021, only 1/3 have identified climate-related impact. Not many have calculated Scope 1 and 2 emissions, and none have calculated Scope 3 emissions so far. And the metrics and targets for net zero alignment remain unclear. Now we know that for transition to happen, what gets measured gets managed, so we need to measure so that we can manage the progress that we're making or the lack thereof when it comes to transition. And so we need the tools to be able to measure and manage our progress. So let's start with that context. And my first question goes to Bu Cecilia, because I think when we talk about climate crisis, what it poses really is a risk, right, to the real economy and a risk to the financial institutions. And this is the exact reason why we need to have transition tools so that we can manage these risks. Now, from the central bank perspective, in your opinion, what are some of the most significant risks associated with transition finance, and how can they be mitigated?
So, thank you for the questions. I'm really happy that I shared the stage with 3 other ladies, actually, because previously it was only 1 lady, so now we have 4 ladies in the stage. So, Bank Indonesia is actually started to learn about green banking way before, like since 2009. This is when the climate risk is not really trendy in Indonesia, but we started to learn that. And then, of course, at the time, we're still considering how it is implemented in the banking system. So, sort of like the climate finance, and then how the conducts of the banking system in terms of lending to their projects or corporations or their clients. But then, of course, afterward, the banking authorities, of course, is transitioned towards OJK, and so we sort of stopped doing that. But we still are actually very active in the G20 in terms of sustainable finance working group. So the learning curve is still going. So in terms of the central bank, in terms of how we see the climate risk is actually quite, there's quite a diverse opinions, actually. There's a lot of central bankers think that central banks cannot do anything in terms of climate risk. All we can do is just do the assessment. But there are other also central banks that are thinking that they go beyond their mandate to actually do something in terms of climate risk. And Bank Indonesia is actually one of those central banks. We do beyond our mandate. But, of course, the financial sector omnibus law or the PPSK law is actually giving us a new mandate in terms of sustainable finance. So if you try to look at sustainable finance or climate finance, what is the risk? I think first of all, you need to identify that depending on the projects, let's say mostly, I think climate finance probably involve technology, and then also there are some other projects that involve adaptation. And if we are talking about technology, I'm sure this is actually a challenge in Indonesia. Not only climate technology, of course, there are other technology that is still challenged in Indonesia. So, of course, we have to recognize that if you look at the categories, I think Great Britain actually give us a very good categories, that climate change mitigation, climate change adaptation, natural resource conservation, biodiversity conservation, and pollution prevention and control. So if we, of course, there's a lot of technology involved in this kind of project. So, and if we're talking about technology, there's high capital involved. So there's also high maintenance. Technology and innovative projects are always challenging and very expensive. While adaptation requires more of a change of behavior or cultural beliefs, support from foreign and advanced countries is actually very important, and that probably will lower the risk a little bit because they are eager to help us. But we need to think about the capacity building to make the green projects in Indonesia cheaper and more trendy. So we heard from PLN earlier that when they do, even when they want to do assessment, they have to import somebody from outside Indonesia to do that. So that's becoming more expensive in terms of that. But if we do the capacity building, maybe we could do that from local experts. So social media, local government regulation, corporate cultural change, early age education, and also all the way to advanced education. And we need to take advantage of the technical assistance and technological knowledge transfer from advanced countries. That's the way to go in order to have more technological adaptation in Indonesia. And this is also what will drive the demand, because if we know the technology, probably the demand will be higher later. The second thing is probably considering the social and economic impact of the change. If we do the projects, we need to consider about the impact, and we need to make sure that all the transition process it has to be just, orderly, and also affordable for Indonesia. This is where we need to, usually government or authorities have to come in and then make sure that this is, although we need to do the transition, it has to be just, orderly, and affordable. So that's the other thing. And in order for us to do that, the authorities are also have to master the technology as well. And then, of course, the other thing is establish the environment and infrastructure for easy execution and implementation of the green projects. This can mean, among others, of course, the support from the regulators in terms of tax exempt, government incentives, channeling foreign fund, and not only foreign fund, it's private and the blended finance as well, and also the other funds that are from the private funds as well, and supportive risk assessment from the government, and it's also clear and transparent licensing procedures, and also consistent regulation. I think those are the things that are required in order for us to really mitigate the risk in the climate finance. Thanks.
Thank you, Bu Cecilia. That really gives us the breadth of how wide and how economy-wide a transition is, right? But it also needs to be just, orderly, and affordable. And so, Yuki, I know that GFANS has been talking about just and inclusive pathways to net zero economy, right? Could you share with us some of the key tools or strategies that GFANS has been utilizing to facilitate that, particularly in emerging markets within Asia Pacific?
Thank you, Tisa, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the organizers for having me here today. So just a very quick introduction about GFANS. GFANS is the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, and it's a global coalition of financial institutions that are committed to supporting the real economy's real economy's emission reductions to net zero by 2050. So our GFANS is an umbrella that represents the different net zero financial sector specific alliances, like the Net Zero Banking Alliance and the Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance. And each of these alliances, the financial institutions that have signed on to it have committed to bringing their scope 1, 2, and 3 meaning their own financed emissions, down to net zero by 2050. And as Tisa said at the beginning, we need to start from baseline measurement. You need to understand where you are. So a lot of our financial institution members will be using PCAF as their measurement framework for baseline calculation of how much finance is associated with their, how much emissions is associated with their financing. And so PCAF is like the first tool that a lot of the financial institutions will use to measure their scope 3 financed emissions. Then they will use target setting protocols within their net zero alliances, which will give them some guidance around what are the global targets that are expected for like a 2030 interim on some of the high emitting sectors. So for example, the Net Zero Banking Alliance has identified 9 high emitting sectors, like agri and oil and gas and fossil fuel transport and so forth. And there is those kind of target setting protocols so that you can start to set your own targets as a financier. At GFANS, our work is more focused on making sure that once the financial institution understands where they are and where they need to go, to support them in the actual implementation of that targets that they have set. And with that, we are very conscious about making sure that the financing is geared towards real economy carbon reduction. So one of the first things that GFANS has done is to identify where the financing needs to go. And we've identified, and I think everyone agrees that it's not just the green projects or the green companies that need financing for net zero. We also need financing to go to the managed phase out of high emitting assets, but also to support the brown companies to go green as well. So those are like broadly the 4 types of financing strategies that we encourage our GFANS Alliance members to start to be very aware of and to start to track where their financing is going. And over time, to get their whole portfolio to be aligned to those 4 buckets of financing. And for that, we are encouraging the net zero transition planning as a whole institutional way of bringing the products to the customer, because it's green financing used to be quite a niche product offering, but when we are talking about aligning the finance to net zero, we are talking about a whole institutional kind of shift in its product offering, which involves the whole capacity building development of the employees that are engaging with their clients. And we need, all the departments involved, not just like ESG used to be an expert department that sits at the corner of a big bank. Today, to implement the net zero transition plan, you need the whole institution to be involved. And that means that you are, the experts still, the ESG experts still exist, but they're a bit like the IT guys, They're at the core of your bank, but the actual day-to-day implementation is done by everyone involved, similar to how we use computers and the digitalization of the bank involves everyone.
That's really interesting. Thank you, Yuki. So we talked about kind of the macroeconomic viewpoint from Bu Cecilia and the perspective of the financial sector itself in organizing themselves to have net zero transition planning. But we're now going to Bu Elvia because we also want to know then what happens inside a financial institution itself, right? Because what this needs to translate to is really technical, specific accounting of their activities, of their emissions, and therefore their impact, right? So could you, as a member of the Financial Accounting Standards Board and Comprehensive Corporate Reporting Task Force, could you elaborate on the specific accounting and reporting standards that are crucial for supporting organizations in their transition to a more sustainable operation?
Okay, thank you. I think for those who are not aware about the latest development, on 26th of June, is my voice clear? So 26th of June 2023, ISSB, under the IFRS Foundations, issue the mandatory requirements for companies to report their sustainability-related reporting and as well as on the climate-related disclosures for those who want to connect it. This is something that is very, very important to tell to the audience about the interconnectedness between your sustainability activities and your financial statement. Because if there are so many changes with the climate, so many changes with your sustainability activities, if this doesn't reflect in your financial statement, this can mislead the way the readers, the way the investors read your financial statement. Okay? So today, we don't have anything, like not to worry that much, but we don't know what's going to happen next year. Maybe droughts, with the heat and things like that. So the scenario that everything can change in the short term, medium term, and long term, that can happen anytime. Investors must be informed about the changes. And how do you inform this? This has to be informed with the, what we call it, financial effect or the interconnectedness with your financial statement. So in the past, when you read your financial statement, because financial statement is about the past, okay? So, what can you tell about the past? But later, so start from January 1st, 2024, it is mandatory for everyone to report about the scenario, about what will happen. So if this is the case, what is going to affect your cash flow? What is going to affect your balance sheet and income statement? And how do you report this? You can report it in different venues. You can do it separately, or you can do it inside the financial statement. And that can be done through the management discussions analysis or in the non-financial informations there. But you have to prepare informations clearly about all those things. That are two things, okay? So one thing is about sustainability-related reporting, and the other one is about the climate-related disclosures. And importantly, transitions is the terms that were mentioned several places. The first term that we talk about transition is about transition risk. The transition risks are covered in IFRS 2. So I have to explain it to you, to those who are not very familiar. The ISSB, International Sustainability Standard Board, issued two standards by 26th of June 2023. The first one is called IFRS S1, and the second one is called as IFRS S2. S1 is about the general requirements on sustainability-related disclosures, and S2 is climate-related disclosures. Again, if you can't prepare it in your financial statement, or if you have it in your ESG reporting, fine. But if you do have it in the sustainability reporting, you start to connect it with your financial statement, okay? Because nowadays, sustainability reporting and financial statement, they do not talk to each other. It seems that they're not friends, okay? So that's the reasons why they need to connect it. So one by one, you have to connect it. What happens? What will happen with your cash flow in 3 months, in 6 months, in 1 year? And that is something to do that you have to report it. So in the standards, it is clearly mentioned about the transitions that you have to do, and transitions risk and transition plan. Transition risk is covered in IFRS S2. It is covered under the scope, and transitions plan is covered under the strategy, one of the 4 contents of the IFRS S2. So in the strategy, it is clearly outlined that you have to inform the audience, the readers, about your plan, what is going to be the future. Okay, say for instance, you are in oil and gas industry. Apparently, you are threatened by the fact that everyone now wants to buy electric car rather than, normal car, right? So you work in PT Pertamina, for instance. This is just a simple example. And then you think like, oh, the demand for oil must be influenced by this. Or you work in a bluebird company, and then the threat of having this online things happen. So you have to change all of the plan in terms of technology, in terms of reputations, in terms of so many things on transition and innovations, and including climate change in your reports. And how do you connect this in your financial statement? And this is guideline clearly in IFRS S2, not in S1. So maybe I can give you a little bit.
So it really ties together the climate impact and the financial health of the company. So this is, just borrowing the metaphor from Yuki, this is pulling the IT department and dispersing it into all departments, I guess. And this is an important progress, I think. And I'd like to ask Pak Heru next. What's your take on this? I mean, this is one of the tools, right? ISSB is trying to kind of pull together different standards and make it more mainstream, and this is soon to be mandatory. Do you see it as the main tool? Are there other tools that you believe are equally as important as well?
Yeah. Thank you for the questions. So basically, from financial perspective, we are collectively looking at a number of resources in terms of identifying the tools. From a macro and regulatory perspective, we are from an Indonesia perspective, we see that the initiatives undertaken by Bank Indonesia and OJK, for example, the taxonomy hijau and also the guideline for sustainable financing would be one of the main tools. The second one would be from the private sectors like Indonesia Chamber of Commerce or Kadin Net Zero Hub is also one of the tools that all the enterprise that would like to kickstart their transition journey can utilize. The third one we are seeing now is the collaborations with those companies that have the technology, they have the scale, and willing to transfer the knowledge into the Indonesian local partners. So for example, within the electric vehicle value chain, which is supposed to be the catalyst for growth for Indonesia in terms of hilirisasi and industrialisasi, the process of the nickel as the primary mineral for the battery manufacturing can only be processed only up into midstream. We call it nickel sulfate. And this nickel sulfate, which is already have a value added, has to be exported out of the country, maybe into Korea and China, as the main primary ingredients for the establishment of precursor material for the battery. So what we are seeing as things progress, for example, Antam is now tying up with the LG as well as the CATL to create the entire ecosystem from upstream, midstream, and downstream in a $6 billion project, which we are seeing as a good catalyst for growth. The fourth tools that we are seeing also is to partner with financial institutions like, not like DBS, but also with other banks. Because in some instances, we are being asked by the state-owned enterprise where they already have a sustainability framework in place done by a third party, but they would like some check and balance from a financing perspective, and which is coming from financial institutions like us. And I guess the last tool that we could also utilize and be grateful for it is the establishment of the carbon exchange, which is in line with our pursuit of Indonesia pursuit of development of new and renewables energy going forward as one of the key primary catalysts for the tools.
Thank you, Pak Heru. So one of the last few that you mentioned around the Net Zero Hub and the carbon exchange and partnership with other financial institutions really points to how you want to go out into the market for these green products, right? You want to find the portfolio for you to be able to invest in the right things, right? And I think that's really important. And it's also really important that the government supports this effort. So maybe back to Bu Cecilia. What do you feel is the role of government policy and regulation in supporting private sector plans for a transition to net zero? And how can we implement those policies effectively?
Yeah, thank you. Because I'm sided with the government, probably I would say that it's very important. Because, yeah, I think it's very important because this is probably require a conceptual changes in terms of how we think about the economy. Industry has to change. The way we think, the way we go about our life has to change. So that's why, and then if you want to, you know, like, you want to have a good result, it has to be organized and it has to have the right incentives or disincentives. So that's why the government role is very important in this kind of situation. So let's say, let's take the PPSK law, the financial sector omnibus law. The three financial authorities have new mandate now, and then each has different role. Let's say for the Ministry of Finance is in charge in fiscal incentive mechanism, and the FSA, the OJK develops carbon exchange and promotes capital market instruments related to sustainable finance. And Bank Indonesia is also mandated in developing and regulates sustainable finance to ensure financial system stability. For the central bank, I think it's very important because, you know, what happened in terms of the impact of the climate risk, it's going to impact prices, it's going to impact the productivity of the economy, it's going to have an impact on the banking system and the financial system. So it eventually, it actually much related to what we're trying to achieve in terms of our objective. So, so that's why, in terms of Bank Indonesia, we actually fully support the change towards this more greener economy by supporting firm level disclosure. I think it was already mentioned earlier. The firm level disclosure is I think it's a game changer in this kind of situation, because this is where we can actually start having market discipline in the industry. And with the data availability, of course, we need to have the data also shared, so that, you know, it's even stronger, that the society will learn more, will be more aware of what's going on with the industry, and it's also allow financial institutions to make informed decision in terms of their placement, in terms of their investment, and also their financing. So that's actually very important. Also, I think the other side is also about being transparent and also educational for Indonesia itself. Because if you have data, you can do research, you can do a lot of things with the data, and then you can learn more actually with the data. The other thing is that we are also undertaking vulnerability analysis. So we are developing our own climate risk stress test. So we want to see with a certain scenario what's going to happen with the economy. And currently we are facing the Financial Sector Assessment Program, FSAP, from the IMF. And they're actually helping us in terms of giving us the first exercise on how to do the climate risk stress test. So we're learning as well. So in order to do that, because what we learn from the stress test is actually going to be very important for us in order to have like a wake-up call on what's going on if we just do business as usual. So that's also very important. And then the other thing is also developing supervisory and regulatory instruments. Bank Indonesia has the mandate for macroprudential policy, and believe me, especially if we already have the data, we can do a lot more things with that data in terms of designing the instruments, macroprudential instruments.
Data is very important. That's why disclosure is also very important, right? So we've talked about, if I may say, maybe levels of accountability. The first level being, disclosure, right, of your portfolio, how much is green, how much is not. But the second level of accountability for financial institutions, which we also discussed, is combining your climate reporting with your financial reporting, and therefore being accountable for how your climate actions impact your financials, right? And I think that's a second level that maybe we're not there yet, I guess. And so the next question is for Yuki. As a chartered accountant yourself, how can financial professionals best integrate climate and sustainability considerations into their financial models and decision-making processes, and what tools can aid in them doing that?
Yeah, thank you. I think what is really, I think climate change is a real disruptor, both for chartered accountants and for the economy as a whole, because we've always reported things that have happened. So we are not used to trying to use scenarios for forward-looking information and then reflect it back to your current and future financial positions. So that's a new kind of skill that finance professionals and chartered accountants need to be able to grapple with. And so what we're talking about is, in particular, how CapEx plans of companies, how CapEx plans of companies are reflected in their net zero transition plan. Like, what kind of investment are you thinking of making going forward? And how does it affect the product offering that you are making? And how are you positioning your company within your transition plan? So for financial institutions that are lending or investing in these companies, they need to be able to do their own transition plan themselves, but also to be able to assess the real economy clients and investee companies' transition plans, and to read their CapEx plans to say, is this company really, on top of the forward-looking projections of the nation and of the demand changes that are going to happen and the physical changes that are going to be happening in the market. So there's a lot of, I think, new skills that need to be developed for chartered accountants in order to understand, to be able to assure and also be auditing transition plans going forward. I think there will be a big industry and a big demand for assuring ISSB reports or transition plan reports. But while the nature of the assurance won't change, what you are assuring is very much a forward-looking information, which I think the whole industry still needs to build capacity and awareness.
Thank you. Well, Elfia, you mentioned ISSB, obviously, as upcoming. And I think we established here that there's a need for better combination, right, between climate reporting and finance reporting. Is the ISSB enough? Do we need a local policy? Do we need better domestic policy around sustainability standards and disclosure, in your opinion?
Well, the ISSB itself allows the local jurisdictions to be part of the report. So the minimum report will be the mandatory requirements, IFRS S1 and S2. But on top of that, that will be a kind of like a bonus for us to provide about the local jurisdictions' targets as well. So when we talk about metrics and targets, one of the four four contents of the requirements, then you also allowed to report about the local jurisdictions. Well, in Indonesia, we do already have some regulations on this, though maybe it's not, like apple to apple, but we can start with the POJK 51, 2017. And this is something that we need to coordinate, because should there be redundancy, should there be any uniqueness about Indonesian's market that are not regulated in there, in the ISSB, we need to talk about this. So we are in the process of coordinating between the two at the moment. So we had a meeting twice with OJK regarding these coordinations, because otherwise preparers, companies will say like, oh, not anymore. We don't want to have this burden anymore to prepare another report, and another report, because this creates cost and also a lot of resources, right? I think the message is that this mandatory requirement, you don't see it as a burden. Instead, this is as an opportunity, a good opportunity for you to sell to the audience, to the stakeholders, that you are doing good. Not to look good, but doing good. That is the message that we need to convey together.
Okay. Thank you, Bu Elvia. I wanted to take a step back from financial sector regulation and into the real economy. So, Pak Heru, my next question is not about the supply side policy, but the demand side policy. Because both need to be present for this transition to happen. What do you see are the key trends in the real sector in Indonesia that banks see as a significant green market development? For example, and you don't need to limit it to this, but the energy transition has been much discussed in Indonesia. Is it really something that the banks are responding to? Or is it just a lot of noise that doesn't really impact the banks? Maybe getting a sense of what are the real sector trends that the banks are really excited about at the moment?
Yeah. So internally, DBS have identified 9 key sectors that are carbon intensive, and those are the target that we want to help the clients to transition. So sectors like auto, metal and mining, as well as oil and gas are some of the examples. So the key trends that we are witnessing at the moment are mostly investment into new and renewables, investment into cyclical economy like waste management. Maybe to put things more into perspective, I'll just give an example. So recently, DBS and Bank Mandiri help finance cross-border financing merger and acquisitions for a coal and coal-fired company in Indonesia to acquire a medical waste company which has 80% market share in Singapore. So this medical waste company basically involves in collecting the medical waste like syringes, what have you, and they put them into fire. They have 2 asset incinerators out of Singapore. So it's a bit uncommon, but if you look deep down into their sustainability plan of this energy company, they literally want to pivot away from their existing coal resource. So this company decides, look, we don't want to extend our coal reserve anymore. We want to 100% recycle their fossil fuel cash flow into renewables as well as to other things that is less carbon intensive. So it's not only noise. We are seeing a tangible effort from this private enterprise as well as the state-owned enterprise that they really want to have some impact on their sustainability effort, and they're even risking their cash flow going forward, because sometimes the commodity market give you a better profit margin, while if you enter into new and renewable energy, your cash flow is basically pegged against the contract with your off-taker. but also provide some stability. So they are sacrificing their upside from the commodity business into much more impactful and stable cash flow going forward. So it's not only a noise, but we are seeing, surprisingly from Indonesian companies, a more tangible effort to actually not look for opportunities onshore, but also look outside, particularly in Southeast Asia, as part of their decarbonization plan.
That's very interesting, and I'm sure that that will trigger a lot of capacity building and skills building, right? In order to understand, where the market trends are and keeping pace with all of the fast developments in the real economy. And I really wanted to dedicate the next round of questions to this capacity building, skills building topic, because this is something that each of the speakers have touched on as something that's important. To Bu Cecilia first, you mentioned capacity building in the beginning as something that's important. And Bank of Indonesia has been part of global initiatives like the NGFS, the Network for Greening the Banking System. I hope I got the acronym right. You're on track you're aligned with other global initiatives as well. How has that helped in preparing BI for a transition? And has that come with, specific, skills building challenges that you've had to overcome within your organization?
Yeah. So yes, you're right. We're a member of the NGFS, which stands for Network for Greening the Financial System. So, and then the NGFS, I think the main business of NGFS is to provide a picture of, if you don't do, if you just do business as usual, this is what you're going to face, like, I don't know, in 2020, 2030 or something like that. So it's more like a climate risk scenario. So they are helping the central banks in terms of providing us with the scenario, so that we can use that scenario in order to do our own assessment what's going on with the economy if the economy is facing that scenario. So, but Bank Indonesia is not only a member of NGFS. We are also active in ASEAN. ASEAN is probably not. It's not it's not the region that's really good at climate risk yet, right? Unless, of course, we're talking about Singapore. But we're also a member of EMEAP, which is the executive meetings on East Asia Pacific countries. And there is, in addition to ASEAN +3, there's also Australia, New Zealand, and Australia and New Zealand are really great at climate change, right? So we can learn something from them. And also we are also playing a role in the BIS in terms of the ASEAN Consultative Council. So we wanted to have the climate risk issue put on the table to discuss with the other central bank governors. As I mentioned earlier, some central banks probably don't really care about climate change because they don't think it's part of their mandate, but BI cares. BI cares. And also, you could also see when during the G20 presidency, we put that sustainable finance as one of the priority agenda in 2022. So it is also a chance for us to also learn about sustainable finance from the other G20 countries, especially Europe, that has already quite savvy in terms of sustainable finance. So being in the network is helping us to gain capacity in terms of understanding the climate-related risks and opportunity. I think one of the work stream in the FSAP this year and next year, the Financial Sector Assessment Program, is also climate and environmental risks and opportunities. So this is where also a chance for us to learn something from it. But if you ask now, I don't think we're the most expert in terms of green issues, but we're getting there. Hopefully we can be the expert when the things counts, when we're started to be more active in sustainable finance. And also, NGFS is probably providing us with a scenario, suggested scenario for Indonesia, for example. But I think we also need to learn how to make that scenario ourselves, because we're the one who knows our economy, we're the one who knows our geographical situation. We know, we have experience in dealing with the physical risk before, so it's very important for us to know how to do that as well, so that we can really take value of the climate risk exercise, and then also, of course, provide some learning to, so that the economy can handle any kind of climate risk that we'll face in the future.
So it's really important that the learning also goes bottom up, right? Because it's very contextual to Indonesia. Thank you. Yuki, you mentioned chartered accountants need to upgrade basically their skills. Can you explain a little bit more about that and what needs to happen to get there?
Yeah, so ISSB has come up with a very detailed disclosure and reporting guidelines, but transition planning is still in flux and in development at the moment. Not many financial institutions nor real economy companies have embarked on a holistic net zero transition plan. I think the word itself is now becoming more popular, but there is no, there are different definitions, different scopes, depending on who you talk to. So GFANS itself has come up with its own framework for net zero transition planning for financial institutions, and also what to expect as a financial institutions from real economy companies as well. So we've come up with a framework and also a set of tools, self-educational slide decks called Workshop in a Box for financial institutions net zero transition planning, and also real economy companies net zero transition planning. So it'd be great if people here can also look at our website and download the Workshop in a Box. It's a series of slide decks that goes step by step into the 5 themes and 10 components of what GFANS determines as net zero transition planning. In addition, I think a lot of the brown to green transitional finance is still in development as to what is credible, what is impactful. And on that regard, there's a lot of new innovation that is still happening. One of them that I want to introduce is the GFANS APEC network has come up with a set of recommendations on how to finance a managed phase out of coal-fired power plants. And that we've got a consultation version online, and the final version will be coming out for COP. So and then just one last thing. So as I said at the beginning, the financed emissions, like the PCAF financed emissions, is the baseline calculation for financial institutions at the moment. But as we do more of the financing of the transition, we also need other metrics to supplement the PCAF financed emissions, which are much more forward-looking. So what is your expected emission reduction of supporting a managed phase-out? You cannot really use a PCAF financed emissions for future predictions of what's going to happen. So those kind of new metrics need to be still developed, and it's now being discussed globally. And it would be great if Indonesian financial institutions and stakeholders can be part of that discussion. Thank you.
Definitely need to take up your offer there. Thank you. Bu Elvia, and in your role as lecturer, how crucial is it to ensure we have talent availability to push the sustainability agenda forward?
For those who were in Yogyakarta last Monday, I have a community established in West Nusa Tenggara, and that is called as the Intergenerations Community, involving the elderly groups, as well as the Karang Taruna, as well as the schools, high school students, and the RT, RW, and Kelurahan and Kecamatan. Very, very strong one in educating them to manage the waste, really organized, things like that. And we won the award, SDG Award 2023, last Monday by Bapanas. So we are lucky that our community can win that and can get that award. One secret for that and how to educate young generations to be involved in maintaining this, our lovely planet. So being partners with the young generations, inclusivity, to get them involved in the project and get them involved in the decisions making, get them involved in making the policy. For those who are very familiar with the term citizen scientist, this is what we introduced in West Nusa Tenggara. So what we did was that as the community from the masyarakat desa, the villagers, to tell what they need, not the government tell this is what you need. Because we can see in, for instance, just give you an example in Bantar Gebang, tempat pembuangan sampah akhir, what happened? They have a lot of WC, the toilets. The government built them. I think the pemerintah daerah in Bekasi built them 25 toilets. No one used the toilets. And I asked them, why don't you use the toilet? And they said, we don't need them. And the location is far, far away from us. How could you build a toilet that is not reachable from us? So now, learning from that. So I talk with the people in West Nusa Tenggara, in Lombok. How can you treat your sampah, your waste, effectively? And then they start to talk with people, they start to talk with the young generations, everyone express their interest, and this is how we manage our waste. And because of that, they make the decisions, they make the solutions, they are accountable for the decisions that they have been made. It has been successfully conducted in Australia, and in the UK, it's called as the citizen scientists, where the scientists are the citizens, are all the ordinary people, and that's what I can share about how to educate the young generations.
It needs to come from within themselves, right?
Themselves.
That they fully have ownership over the skills that they need to develop.
Definitely not
Very,
top-down.
very good. My last question for Pak Heru, because you mentioned it's fast-moving, dynamic. The market is moving fast. The standards are evolving as well. Is there a knowledge gap that you see within banks that need to be filled up quite quickly as well?
Yeah. Admittedly, we do have some gaps. In comparisons, if we benchmark ourselves like DBS Indonesia compared to DBS operations globally, I think we do have gaps in terms of our local knowledge, which with international standards. Sometimes those international standards may not be applicable for those who are operating in Indonesia. So in terms of our assets portfolio of sustainable finance, DBS Indonesia only accounts less than 1% of the DBS Group 61 billion Sing dollar of sustainable financing. Last year and this year, 2022 and 2023, we did raise about 20 billion of Sing dollars for every products of sustainable finance, be it capital market as well as loan. But however, we as a bank have to submit a business plan to BI and OJK every year, and they always challenge us, why your sustainable finance is this much only? Why can't you do more? Why can't you identify any further pipelines? Why don't you just follow the taxonomy hijau guidelines that we already established? So we are equipping ourselves now to get more local knowledge. We do attend and we do socialize with all the government agencies in order for us to beef up our gap that you mentioned. So in DBS Indonesia, we're fairly not too big in terms of the sustainable finance that we have already extended. It's only about 4 trillion rupiah, and we are aiming for double-digit growth next year. So hopefully the gap can be narrowed in the future for us to be able to become one of the enablers for the green economy of especially in Indonesia.
Thank you very much, Pak Heru, and to all of the speakers today, thank you very much. I have more questions, but our time is up. This has been very insightful, and I'm sure that it's been insightful for the audience as much as it has been for myself. I hope to have another conversation with the distinguished panelists at some other event, hopefully in the near future, because it looks like there's a lot of development in this space. So continue watching this space. Thank you very much. Saya undur diri dulu. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Ibu Tiza, and thank you so much to all of our panelists for sharing their great insights with all of us, highlighting on the important tools to help us, to support us in this transition plan of ours and achieving our targets of net zero. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to sincerely thank all of our panelists as well as our moderator whom had illuminated this exciting discussion. Thank you very much, everyone. You may return to your seats. Thank you. Once again, let us give them a big round of applause. Thank you very much, Ibu Tiza, and thank you so much for everyone for sharing your insights with all of us and your expertise. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we draw our curtains and to officially mark the end of our fourth panel discussion, I would like to once again remind you that for those of you who have not shared your insights as well as your feedback with all of us, please do not hesitate to scan the QR code at your respective tables to fill out the feedback form. And well, ladies and gentlemen, as we draw the curtains and as we have recapped the end of our fourth panel discussion, it is only with the greatest pleasure and honor for us to invite to the stage the Special Advisor to the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia. Let us give a big round of applause for Ibu Masita Kristalin.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope nobody is sleeping now. Pak Adi Budiarso, Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, good afternoon, good evening, and good morning to all of you that's joining online. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to commence by expressing my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed panelists and participants who have made exceptional contribution to our insightful discussion today. The collective exchange of ideas, perspective, knowledge, and insight on the crucial subject of enhancing transition finance for achieving net zero emission and sustainable development goal has been very, very interesting. I also believe that all of you today is the champion of sustainable finance, and you will continue this progress further in the future. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are all aware of the growing acknowledgement of the finance sector's paramount role in steering the economy towards any movement, including transition towards sustainability. With the substantial investment needed to meet the global climate and sustainability target as outlined in the Paris Agreement, don't forget that next month we'll be joining the COP28 and will experience directly in person the first ever global stocktake that are taken since the Paris Agreement, and also the agenda for 2030. It is important that we deepen our understanding of the financial sector's role in expediting the transition to sustainable economies. The redirection of capital, not just concessional, but also private capital. It's important that we crowd in private capital into transition finance and sustainable economy, but also to direct them to sustainable technologies and practice, while simultaneously diverting it from environmentally and socially harmful endeavor. It's very, very important that we have to work together in the financial sector. However, it is equally vital to delve deeper into the specific contribution of the financial sectors and also actors that we can make together in this crucial capital reallocation process. As the host of this conference, we also aim to showcase the innovative initiative that Indonesia has undertaken and accomplished in the realm of transition finance, which may serve as valuable insight for the global community. Transition finance and transition activities is actually very important for us to achieve our Paris Agreement goals. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and fellow participants, as we draw the curtain on this momentous conference and advancing transition finance, I extend my profound gratitude to each and every one of you for your inputs and enthusiasm for today's discussion. We've embarked on a productive and insightful journey through our pivotal session. And I'm very honored to deliver the closing speech and also the summary for our discussion, underscoring the significance of our collective effort. During our inaugural session, we emphasized the importance of advancing transition finance. We recognize that securing sufficient financial resource is very important in driving the shift toward a sustainable economy. We've been inspired by innovative financial products and mechanisms that illuminates a path to a more green and sustainable future. However, we also acknowledge that the challenges are still lying ahead. The primary message of this session is that transitioning to sustainable energy requires significant financial commitment because the abatement cost for this sector is the highest among all other sectors. This, of course, calls for the adoption of blended financial strategy. Otherwise, we will have an impossible cost of fund mix. While financing is a critical element, effective regulation and institutional setup are also equally vital for driving this transition. Consequently, it is imperative to foster collaboration effort among multiple stakeholders, and which is why we're gathered here today. Moving on to the second session. So the second session, we have delved into the intricacy of transition taxonomy in Indonesia. We highlight the indispensable role of defining and categorizing transition activities to empower investors to make informed choice in line with sustainability goals. We need to develop a clear and comprehensive transition taxonomy and ongoing collaboration between public and also private sector. Don't forget that the transition taxonomy need not only be adopted in the emerging market where we have the projects, but also in advanced economy where the financiers are located. This session underscored that the development of a transition taxonomy must be tailored to Indonesia's specific need, aiming to provide guidance on activities aligned with decarbonization goals. A transition taxonomy, therefore, serves as a key tool in bridging the gap between transition and green finance, between emerging market, low-income countries, and advanced economy, and facilitating and unlocking and also scaling up the transition finance while upholding the integrity of sustainable finance principle. The third session, I wasn't here, was very engaging on the Indonesia carbon exchange. This is still a very hot topic in Indonesia. This is also a pivotal component of transition finance, and the government of Indonesia has decided to move forward. We acknowledge the growing global interest in carbon market and the need for a well-functioning exchange system to facilitate the trading of carbon credit. The discussion emphasized that the launch of Indonesia Carbon Exchange marks a significant stride in climate change mitigation and the country climate commitment. So not only the project preparation and targeting for net zero and making commitment for the NDC, but also on the mitigation and transition finance commitment. However, it is also underscored the existence of numerous untapped opportunities, more supply on carbon credit, includes other financing instruments, and also other challenges are still laying ahead. In the concluding session, titled Tools for Enhancing Your Transition Plan, our aim was to create opportunity to build or to bridge the financial gap between green and conventional economies, between the target and the transition activities, and to strengthen private sector involvement in the energy transition. The discussion underscored the significance of establishing baseline measurement to gauge one position in relation to not only Scope 1 and Scope 2, but also Scope 3 emission. In conclusion, we stand at a unique juncture where we can expedite the development of transition finance in Indonesia and across the globe. By pooling our expertise, resource, and unwavering commitment, we can surmount the challenge ahead. The successful development of transition finance is not only an economic imperative, but also a moral one, as it directly influences the well-being of the future generations and also the health of our planet. As we conclude, I urge each one of you to translate all the insights, inspiration that we gathered today into a more concrete action. If we cannot walk alone, walk together. If we cannot walk far at the same time, walk just a little bit. Further collaboration, innovation, and policy development are essential to create an environment conducive for transition. In doing so, we can contribute significantly to the creation of a more sustainable, equitable, and prosperous future for all. Once again, I extend my deepest appreciation to all the speakers, panelists, and participants for the event today. I'm eager to witness the positive change that we will collectively bring to the world of transition finance. Together, we can expedite our journey towards a more sustainable future for Indonesia and the world. Thank you, and let's continue working together to turn this vision into a reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Mashita Kristalin, the Special Advisor to the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, of the incredibly insightful anchor message. And ladies and gentlemen, as we have concluded and come to the end of the 3rd Indonesia International Conference for Sustainable Finance and Economy, on behalf of the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia and the Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales, allow us to once again extend our profound gratitude and sincere thanks to everyone for your participation and for your attendance here today. Bapak Ibu sekalian, sekali lagi kami mengucapkan terima kasih sebesar-besarnya atas kehadiran dan juga partisipasi Bapak Ibu sekalian tentunya di acara yang sangat bermanfaat ini. And we would like to also extend our appreciation to the United Nations Development Program and the Deutsche Gesellschaft für International Zusammenarbeit and the Climate Policy Initiative. Thank you very much for their invaluable support in making our event today an incredible success. And ladies and gentlemen, just as our speakers have emphasized today, to let us always stay informed, and when there is good purpose, there will be good profit. Once again, let us give them a big round of applause. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we truly hope that you'll have a great rest of the day as you continue to network and mingle around with the great company that is around you. And we hope to see you again on our next event. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.